All right, in the interest of time, so by the time others are joining, I'll take a minute or so to introduce about myself. So my name is Sid, and I'm going to be your instructor for this financial modeling course in Excel, and which we are going to, see over the next 8 weekends. So I have a total work experience of close to 13 years, primarily into financial modeling and valuation. So I am with Preparation Info right now, and I've been leading these sessions for quite some time. Till date, I have conducted about 300 plus training sessions on MS Excel, VBA macros, financial modeling, and business valuation. So the way these sessions are going to be conducted would be through webinar, and each Saturday we would be having this session at the same time, and you would be getting the exercise material prior to the class. For better understanding, if you could just download that material prior to class, and if you would like to work on those Excel files along with me, that will be useful. Otherwise, if you just wish to go through the webinar, have a look at the screen and understand how things are being done, and then try later, that is also okay. So it's purely up to you. So we will just now start in another 1 minute. So today's topic is going to be Excel tips, and in another 1 minute we will just get started on this topic. Thank you.
Sorry, this is Chima here. The material that I got the link to refers to April 24th, 2018, April 17, 2018, April 20, 2018, and 9 November 2017. Are these the materials that you're referring to?
So the material that we need to discuss today is an Excel file which has a name PrepInfo Excel tips exercises. It has got
Wait, where do we
multiple
get that from?
worksheets. It
Okay.
has got multiple worksheets which have been named as A, B, C, D, E, and so on and so forth. So the exercise file name is, just to repeat, PrepInfo Excel tips exercises.xlsx.
Is it possible to send the link on a chat so that I can just click on it?
Yeah, that would be much easier for me as well.
Okay, let me ask the admin guy to do the needful. Just a second.
But I just have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
I can hear you. Please go on.
Yeah, so I just have a
Yeah, please
question.
go
Where
on.
do you find all this material? Like, if there are other things that you're looking for us to download, where do we get them?
You would have received an email from Preparation Info. There was a link which was shared over the email. And if you click on that link, that will take you to the material section from where you can download this.
I
If you would
have the
just
material
okay.
section, but it's all like PowerPoints. Not even like PowerPoints, like it's
Well,
something we can't
no,
download.
there would be one Excel file as well.
There isn't any in the
So let
the
me.
first section, or introduction to company valuation. The second one, the technical tools you need when valuing a company. There are only 2 PDF files to download. There isn't anything
So
else.
no, basically PDF file is for your reference. The material that we are going to discuss is the Excel file. Let me, do one thing. I'll share it over the chat. You can download that Excel file from there. Those who do not have that Excel file, you can download it from there.
Okay, another question. Is that in section 1, 2, or 3? Like, where exactly are we looking?
So there'll be one Excel file, which is, as I said, prep info Excel tips exercises. So there'll be multiple worksheets in that Excel file, and we would be solving that today.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just be sharing that link in the chat window in a minute. You can click on that link and download the material.
Thank you.
So I have clicked on the link. It took me back to a OneDrive file where I have 3 folders and 2 PDF documents. The first folder says day 1 to 2 instructor set. It's a zip file. Is that the file you're referring to?
So you can download the entire folder, and over there in the day one, you will be able to see a folder called Excel tips. That's the file
Okay.
that we would be referring today. I've shared that link on the chat window. So those who do not have the material, you could just click on that link. So that's there in the chat window for your ready reference. So once you click on that, that'll take you to a page from where you can download the material. Otherwise, as I said, you can also, you can also download it. You can also follow the screen and then maybe try your hands later if you wish to. So today being the first class, I understand there are some issues in terms of downloading this, but maybe on a go forward basis, once we come for these sessions, you would all you should already be having that material on your laptops. And during that, if you have any questions relating to material downloading or anything else relating to that, you can just write an email to us. All right, I think we can get started. So before I start, I just want to, give a brief intro about this course. Brief intro about this course so that you're clear on the purpose of this entire course that we are going to do in the next 8 weekends. So basically, this course, as the name suggests, is financial modeling in Excel. And what we are going to do in this course, we are going to learn how to prepare a financial model in MS Excel. And given the fact that we have to prepare that model in Excel, we would first of all start with the Excel tips, which are essential for us to learn, wherein we would see and learn some basic and important functions of Excel, which we would be using quite often while preparing a financial model. So the purpose of having the first class today on Excel tips is to bring everybody on the same page so that when we are working on the financial model, we don't have basic questions around the Excel functionalities. So once everybody is brought to the same page in Excel, then in the next class, we'll be starting off with a financial modeling case study. We will spend 2 days to learn how to prepare a financial model, wherein we would see how to put the inputs in place, how to do the workings, and finally putting the integrated set of financial statements, including P&L, balance sheet, and cash flow. And once that would be done in the fourth class, we would be talking a bit about the business valuation stuff, wherein we would learn how to do business valuation by using discounted cash flow methodology and relative valuation methodology. After that, we will spend 2 days to again learn more about MS Excel, wherein we would discuss the advanced functions of MS Excel and the advanced functionality of Excel, and the charting part, how to prepare Excel charts. And finally, in the last 2 days, on the day 7 and day 8, we'll be talking about VBA macros. We would learn how to, how to write the codes in Excel in the VB editor. So that's the overall agenda of the course. So in these 8 days, the purpose is that we should be clear on how to prepare a financial model and how do we do the business valuation, and that too in MS Excel, right? And while we follow this journey of learning the modeling stuff, we would also be getting a mastery over the MS Excel and the VBA macros part. So that's the broad agenda of what we are going to cover in this entire course. All right. So I hope this sets the sufficient background of what we are going to discuss in the next 8 Saturdays. Now, without taking any further time, let us get started on Excel. And as I said in the beginning, that today's session on Excel tips is to bring everybody on the same page so that once we work on the financial model, the we shouldn't be having any issue. We shouldn't be having any questions around the basic Excel stuff. So today, whatever we would discuss, it's a kind of a refresher for a few of you, while those those who have not been using Excel quite often, it would be a learning for you. But as I said, it's more of a refresher. We would have another session on MS Excel again on the advanced functionalities of Excel, wherein we would cover additional functions relating to Excel. All right, so let's get started. In this Excel file, as you can see, there are quite a few sheets that we are going to discuss. So let's get to the first sheet, which is sheet A. Now, in this sheet, we are going to be talking about one of the most important things of Excel, and in fact, that's something which forms the basis of Excel. And here I'm talking about the referencing. Now, in referencing, what I mean by referencing is something which means how do you refer to a particular cell. So let's say if I'm in a particular cell H8 and I write equal to and I click on cell D3, this means that I'm referring to a cell which has an address D3. Now by default in Excel, whenever you refer to a cell, it shows you the address by default like D3, right? This is technically called a relative reference. This is technically called a relative reference. Now, what is a relative reference and what is the significance of this? So if I am clicking on, let's say, this cell, which is B3, then by default, this is relative in nature. And the implication of this is if you copy and paste this formula on the right hand side, what it is going to do, the first cell is B3, the second cell is C3, and the third cell is showing D3. So effectively what is happening that every time you copy and paste this formula either up or down, it is going to automatically change the reference of the cell. Right now, let me show you one more thing. So if I click on the cell A4 and I copy and paste it down, then automatically it is changing to A5, then A6, then A7, and so on and so forth. So that is what we mean by relative reference, wherein neither row nor column would be fixed. Nothing is fixed. Both are relative. As the term itself suggests, it is a relative reference to a particular cell, a positional reference. Second is an absolute reference, where we do not want to refer to a cell by its relative location. We want to refer to it in absolute sense. So if I'm in this cell, let's say I11, and I write equal to, and I click on a cell, let's say C3, then as I said earlier, it by default it's going to be a relative reference, but we can make it absolute by pressing the function F4 key. So when you press F4 for the first time, it's going to put a dollar in front of both column C and row number 3. So what happens when you press F4 function key, then it's going to bring automatically the dollar sign in front of both the column and row. So just a quick check. I got a message in the chat that you can't hear anything. So if others could just put on the chat window if you are able to hear my sound. Are you able to hear me? If you could just confirm on chat. Oh, great. So I think others are able to hear me. So maybe the one who has got issues in terms of hearing, please could you check your speaker once? Thank you. All right, let's get back. So what I was saying that when you click on a cell, which is let's say C3, and press F4 for the first time, it brings the dollar in front of both column C and row number 3. So this is technically called an absolute reference. Now, what I mean by absolute reference is when you copy and paste it down, then look at this reference. It was C3 in the first cell. In the next cell also it is C3. Third cell also C3. It is not changing at all. Even if you're going to, paste it on the right hand side, still it is not going to change. It is always going to be $C $3. So dollar is an indication that it has been fixed. So when you see dollar in front of column C, it means that column C has been fixed. And when you see the same dollar in front of row number 3, that means that the row number 3 also has been fixed. So that's what we mean by absolute reference, wherein both row and column are fixed. And the third obviously would be a mixed reference, or you can also call it as a hybrid reference, wherein either row or a column would be fixed. One of these two would be fixed. Either row or column would be fixed. And the second thing would be relative. Now, how do we do that? Let's say again, I'm going to click on this cell C3. Once I click on this cell C3, it brings the relative reference, and I'm going to now press the function F4 key for the first time. When I do that, it brings the dollar in front of both C and 3. But when I press F4 key for the second time, it's going to remove the dollar sign in front of column C, and it keeps the dollar only in front of row number 3. Now, this is an example of a mixed reference wherein the column C is relative, but the row number 3 is absolute. So the implication of this is when you copy this down, what's going to happen that the $3 will remain $3 in the next row, which means that as you copy and paste the formula down, it is not changing the row reference. The row number 3 has remained unchanged. So over here, when I entered the formula, it was row number 3, and in the below cell wherein I pasted this, there also it is row number 3. So the row number 3 reference has not changed at all. Now, when I copy and paste it on the right hand side, then what is happening over here, it was column C, but the moment I paste it on the right hand side, the column C has shifted to column D, which means that the columns are shifting. And that is precisely the usage of a mixed reference. If I take you back to this cell herein, we had seen that the column C was not fixed at all, which means it was relative. So the moment you're going to copy and paste the formula in a different column, the column reference is bound to change. All right. So in this case, it is hybrid wherein row number 3 has been fixed while column C is relative. And there is another way to do that wherein, again, if I refer to C3 and now when I press F4 key for the first time, there is a dollar in front of both C and 3. When I press it for the second time, it is $3. Let me press it for the third time. It becomes $C3. Now, how do you interpret $C3? $C3 means that the column C has been fixed while row number 3 is relative. Now, when you are going to move this formula and copy and paste it on the right hand side in the subsequent columns, the column C reference will not change at all. It will always refer to column C. However, when you're going to paste this formula down, then the row reference 3 is going to change accordingly. So let me show that to you. When I copy and paste it on the right hand side, then the $C3 remains $C3. The column C is not changing at all, right? But when you copy it down, then see this $C3 has now changed to $C4. The row number 3 has shifted by one row as you copy and paste this formula down. So that's another example wherein the column has been fixed while row has been kept as relative. So a mixed reference could be either fixing a row or fixing a column, and the other thing would remain relative. Now, this is actually something which is which is very, very critical from the Excel's perspective, because this forms the basis for us to learn how do you write the formula. Like in this example, you can see we've got numbers written as 2, 3, and 4. And over here in the column A, I've got the serial number from 1 to 10. Now, what do we need to do? We need to write the table of 2, 3, and 4. I've got this range reference which contains 10 cells for table of 2, 10 cells for table of number 3, and 10 cells for table of number 4. So in total, I've got 30 cells. Now, what I want to do out here is that whatever formula I write in the first cell we should be able to use that across all of these 30 cells. But if I write a formula such that I cannot copy and paste it in the other cells, then the formula is not called a robust formula. So we are looking to write a robust formula which can be copied and pasted across the entire range. Across the entire range of 30 cells. All right. Now, let me just write the formula here. The formula is going to be 2 into 1, 2 into 2, 2 into 3, 2 into 4, and so on and so forth. So if I simply write equal to this and multiply by this, then this is not the right way to put the formula. However, it appears to us that the logic is right. We need to multiply 2 by 1. But let me show that to you. If you simply just write this formula wherein you pick B3 multiply by A4 and copy and paste it in the entire range, this is the result that you're getting. And this is obviously wrong because we have not followed the proper referencing over here. Now, what is the proper referencing that we need to follow? Let me just write it again. So what do we need to do? We need to pick 2, multiply by 1, then again 2, multiply by 2, 2 into 3, 2 into 4, 2 into 5. So what is going to happen when you copy and paste this formula down? The reference to this row number 3 should not change because row number 3 contains the number 2. So what it means is if I fix it in entirety, it's going to become $B $3. But this is also not right. If I put it as $B $3, and let's first talk about row number 3, when I'm going to copy and paste it down, this reference to row number 3 will not change. So even if I bring it down to, over here in front of serial number 10, still it'll be row number 3 which contains number 2, which is okay. But what about this column B? That is not right, because when I copy and paste this formula in the next column, then I need the table of number 3, and when I paste it further on the right hand side, I need the table of number 4. So the reference to column B needs to shift from B to C and then to D as you move towards right hand side. So it tells us one thing, that we need to fix row number 3, but we do not have to fix column B. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a mixed referencing here. I would press F4 key again, which makes it B $3, wherein we would be fixing the row number 3, but we would keep the column B relative, so that when we copy and paste it on the right hand side, then the column B would automatically shift to column C and then to column D. But when you go down, this row number 3 will not change. All right. So we are using a relative and absolute referencing, a combination of these two out here. Multiply by the serial number 1. Now, when you multiply this with serial number 1, what happens is it gives you A4. Now, when you go down, this A4 would automatically become A5, then it will become A6, then it will become A7, and so on and so forth. So you will get a perfect answer so long as the table of 2 is concerned. But what will happen when you will copy and paste this formula on the right hand side? Then this reference to column A will automatically shift to column B, which is wrong, because whether you're writing the table of number 2 or you are writing the table of number 3 or you are writing the table of number 4, every time you need to refer to the same column, which is column A. So in this case, what we are going to do, we'll press F4 for the first time, and again for the second time, and for the third time. When you do it for the third time, it's going to put a dollar in front of column A, and there would not be any dollar in front of row number 4, which means that row number 4 is relative. This will change to row number 5, 6, 7, and so on and so forth when you copy and paste this formula down. But row number 3 will remain unchanged. All right. So now when I copy and paste this formula down, what's going to happen? When I copy and paste it down, then it gives me the table of number 2. And when I paste it on the right hand side, it gives me the table for the subsequent numbers. All right. So this is basically happening because we have used the proper referencing over here. And you saw it earlier that when we were not using the proper referencing, then the result was also not right. And the best part about this function is that whatever formula we have written here, just because of a simple dollar sign out here, we are able to copy and paste it in the entire range of 30 cells without having a need to write a new formula every time for different numbers. So the same formula that we have used for number 2, that can be copied and pasted for number 3 and number 4 as well. All right. So this may sound very simple, but let me be honest with you. When we work on the financial model, there would be a lot of cases wherein we will have to copy and paste the formula across a row or across a column. And that can be done only when you have used the proper referencing over there. So referencing can actually save a lot of your time if you're going to work in a range of cells, and that range of cells follow the same logic. Over there, it is important for us to pay due attention to the usage of the dollar sign. All right. So I'll take a pause here for any questions that you might have. All right. So I assume that this is clear to all of you. So I'm just putting certain notes here that in order to fix, let me just delete this. In order to fix column and rows, press F4 key. That brings the dollar sign automatically. And in a couple of laptops, what happens is the function keys F1, F2, F3, F4, etc. These keys cannot be used straight away. So you might have to use it along with the FN key. So there is a small FN key at the bottom left corner. So just in case the function F4 key doesn't work, then you have to press it along with FN key. All right. So there's a question as to what about copying down a column from a row? I'm sorry, I couldn't really understand. If you could just explain a bit further, that'll be great.
Hi, so basically what I was trying to say is that, like, let's say you have those like column B 3 to B13. What if you want to copy that into a row form instead of column? Like, what if you want to drag a formula the other way around?
So what I've done is that I've just dragged this down. You're saying that how do we drag it on the right hand side? Is that your question?
No, I'm saying, like, okay, let's say you have this column, okay, from
Right.
B3 until B13. How can
Right.
you, is there a formula or a way that you can transfer this into a row instead of
Row.
column?
Okay, you're talking about interchanging the data from column to a row and vice versa,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
All right. So we are going to be, this is technically called transpose. So in Excel terms, this is called transpose, and I have a sheet wherein I'm going to be talking about the transpose function. So
Okay.
just park this question for about an hour or so. Once we'll get to, I think it's in sheet, it's in sheet D, right? In sheet D, we are going to be
Okay.
talking about transpose. How do we do that? So just park this question for about an hour or so. We'll come back to this.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Welcome. All right. Now let's move. Um, Now the next thing that we're going to be talking about is sheet B, and here what we are going to do, we are going to use a function which is a condition, which is like conditions to be checked, like check condition and give result. So that's the background of this sheet. Now what I've done over here is I've got a broad snapshot of the P&L of a company, and we have the historical data from 2014 to 2018, and we have the revenues out here in row number 4, which are like 100, 170, 210, and so on and so forth. Similarly, we have the operating cost elements like raw material cost, employee cost, advertisement cost. So what do we need to do? We need to find out their average operating profit margin for the last 5 years, and what has been the revenue growth over the last 5 years. And the company has actually approached a bank, and the bank is saying that we would give you loan, you would be eligible for loan if you meet two benchmarks, which are 35% minimum average operating profit margin, and revenue growth should be at least 30%. So what we need to do out here is we need to find out two numbers. First of all, what is our average operation profit margin or operating profit margin, and second, we need to find out the CAGR of revenue. Now let us first talk about the CAGR of revenue. So CAGR stands for compounded annual growth rate, or you could also call it as compounded annualized growth rate. Now, what does this mean? This means that if you look at this revenue increased from 100 to 170. then it increased from 170 to 210, then 250 and 340. So what we are trying to find out here is that what has been the average growth percentage of revenue for the last 5 years, right? Now, one way to do this would be that we can use the concept of arithmetic mean. Now, what is this arithmetic mean concept here? So let me just find out. Let me just copy and paste this out here again for explaining this concept. So this is revenue, and I'm going to find out year on year growth. So if you find out year on year growth, then how would you do that? This is basically the revenue in 2014 was 100 and the next year it is 170. So it has increased by 70, right? So the increase is 170 minus 100. That gives you the increase in 2015, and that is on the base of 100, which is the revenue in the last year. So if I press enter, that gives me 70, or you can say when you convert this to a percentage, that is 70%. Now I can drag this formula on the right hand side, and it gives us 70% revenue growth in the first year, which is 2015, 24% growth in 2016, 19% here, and 36% here. Now arithmetic mean concept says that the arithmetic mean, or the AM of growth, would be, if I compute it here, it's going to be the average. So we have a function in Excel which is average. Average computes the arithmetic mean of the arguments that we give. So there are 4 arguments here. And if I take the simple average of the growth, then it gives me 37%. Now the question is this the right average? Is it right to say that on an average our revenue has increased at a rate of 37% per annum? The answer is no. It is not the right way. Arithmetic mean is never used for computing the average of percentage growths. In order to compute the average of percentage growth, we need to use a concept of CAGR. Now, why is this not correct? Let me first prove that to you. So that we understand that this is wrong. So if this 37% was right, if this number of 37% was right, then it means my starting revenue was 100. So if I increase my revenue by 100 for 1, 2, 3, 4, if I increase it for 4 years by 37%, then I should be getting 340. Right, because with a base of 100 in 2014, I need to increase it by 37 to reach out to 2015. Then again for 2016, I'll do it for the second time. For 2017, I'll do it for the third time, and finally I'll do it for the fourth time to reach to 2018. So if I just apply that growth by taking the concept of the starting number, multiply by 1 plus growth percentage raised to the power 4. And why 4? Because we need to apply it 4 times to be able to reach to the year number 2018. Now once I do that, I should ideally get the answer, which is 340. But what am I getting? I'm getting 350, 3.76. So this is more than 340, right? The revenue number in 2018 should have been 340, but it is giving us 353.76, which is not equal to that, which is in fact more than 340. Now this at least tells us 2 things. One, this 37% is wrong. Number 2, the actual growth in the revenue is not 37, it is less than 37, because we need to reach to a number 340 while we are reaching to a number which is 350, 3.76. So this tells us one thing, that this makes it very clear that arithmetic mean is not the right way to compute the growth rate of percentage or the average growth rate, right? So what do we need to do over here? We need to find out the compounded annualized growth rate. Now, in order to find out CAGR, what we need to do is, there is a way to do that, and for that, what you will do, you will need to pick 2 things. One, you will pick the first number, and you will pick last number. Because we are talking about an average, so in between it can be slightly up or slightly down the average, but on an average the number would be able to reach or take you to 340 at the end. So what I'm trying to tell you is, for the CAGR, you need to use this concept, which is to pick the last number divided by first number and take the power 1 by n minus 1. That is how we compute CAGR. Now, what is this last number, first number, and n? Last number in this case is, let me just put the CAGR formula here. In fact, let me put it straight away here. So the last number is 340, right? Divided by the first number. The first number is 100. Close the bracket, power 1 by n. In how many years are you going to be, achieving this 340 target with a base of 100? So if you just manually count these numbers, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But I'm not going to take 5 here. I'm going to take 4, because n is not equal to the number of periods that you are referring to. N refers to the number of periods for which the growth is applicable. So 100 is the base for us. So you would have a growth in 2015, then second time for this 2016, third time for 17, and fourth time for 18. So if you have 5 years in total, the first year automatically becomes the base year for you, and then you apply the growth percentage for the next 4 years. So that is why in this case n is not 5, n is 4. You close the bracket, minus 1. So that gives you 36%. And as you can see, the arithmetic mean was 37%, and we had figured out that actually the growth should be less than 37, and in fact it has to be 36%. So if I just compute this number now by using arithmetic mean, this is the number that you are getting in 2018. And if I use the concept of CAGR and apply the same formula here, but instead of using the growth percentage of 37, I use 36 and take the power 4, it's going to give me 340, because that's exactly the same logic that we have used for computing the CAGR. So if you see, what have I done here? I've taken that 100 needs to be multiplied by 1 plus the compounded annualized growth rate, and that needs to be taken for 4 times. So you take the power as 4. So that should give you the result as 340, and this indirectly that tells us the formula for CAGR. So effectively we need to reach to a result which is 340 with the base number of 100 over a period of 4 years. So that's what we do over here to be able to find out the CAGR of revenue. Right now, the CAGR concept is quite important for us, because many a times you would see that when we do the financial model, when we prepare that, and for a couple of items, there could be a possibility that we don't have any guidance from the management on what growth we should take for that item. So what we do in those cases is we would have the historical data in front of us. We'll be able to figure out what has been the average growth rate over the last couple of years. So you would see that if you download the data from for a particular company which you are analyzing for last 4 to 5 years, you'll be able to find out the CAGR, and that can form a basis for your future assumptions as well. So we'll talk about this in further details when we get to the financial modeling part. But at least one point is clear, that CAGR is critical and important for us to be able to compute an average growth rate. So for the concept of computing the average growth rate, you should never be using, or you should never be computing the arithmetic mean. You always need to go with this concept of CAGR. All right. Okay. Now, let's move ahead with the average operating profit. So over here, we have got the operating cost elements listed out, like raw material cost, employee cost, and advertisement cost. So I need to just add them all. So when you write the formula equal to sum, you'll take these 3 cells, close the bracket, and that gives you the total operating cost. And what we typically do for copy and paste, we usually press Control C to copy, and then we select the range and press Control V to paste. So a conventional way is that you can use Control C to copy cell and use Control V to paste. That's a conventional way. Another way to do this is, I'm just trying to show you multiple approaches to be able to do this. Another thing is that once you have written the formula in one cell, you can bring your cursor to the bottom right corner. That changes the symbol to a plus, cursor symbol to a plus, and then you can drag it on the right hand side, and it puts the same formula on the right hand side as well. Right? This is another way of doing that. But I personally like a way which is to write the formula in a range of cells in one go. Now that is something which I personally use quite often to save on time. Now what it means is instead of writing the formula in one cell and then you do a copy and paste, it is better that you first of all select the entire range wherein the result is required. Right? So first of all, select the entire range wherein you need the result. Like in this case, I need the result from cell E9 to I9. So I've selected that range E9 to I9 to begin with. Now, what I'm going to do there is when you select a range of cells, like right now I've selected 5 cells, but still there would be only one cell which is active, that you can see in the name box that E9 is active. Why? Because I first clicked on E9 and then dragged it to the right hand side. So at any point in time, even if you have selected a range of cells, only one cell would be active, which in this case is E9. Now I'm going to write equal to sum, and given the fact that I'm writing the formula in E9, I would only need to select these 3 cells. I would select E6 to E8, close the bracket. Now I wouldn't press enter. Normally what we do is once we are done, we press enter. I'm not going to press enter now. I will be pressing control and enter. When you press control and enter together, it puts the same formula in the selected range of cells. So you can see that it has put that formula in the first cell, second cell, third cell, fourth cell, and the fifth cell. So that is quite useful when you can write the same formula in a range of cells in one go. So I'm just reiterating the same thing, that first of all select the range of cells wherein result is required. Two, write the formula in the active cell, and 3, press control enter. Now that's a technique in Excel which you can employ for writing the formula in a range of cells in one go. And I mean, this is my personal favorite because it helps me to save a lot of time when you're writing the formula. So instead of writing in one cell and then repeating that copy and paste, it's far better. But then I leave it to you. You have your own choice how you would like to enter it, and whether you want to drag it for copy and paste, or you want to use a control C, control V, or you want to use this technique. This is up to you, right? Let us again use this. Over here in this range, I want to compute the operating profit margin. Now, how do you compute the operating profit margin? The operating profit margin is nothing but operating profit divided by revenue. So this is equal to operating profit divided by revenue. Now what you can do is, over here we don't have operating profit, so we can compute that operating profit by taking revenue minus operating cost. So you can compute revenue minus operating cost, that gives you operating profit, divide that by revenue. Now that's going to give you the operating profit margin for each of the individual years. So let us again first of all select the entire range wherein the result is required, and now write the formula. Formula is bracket revenue minus operating cost, close the bracket, that gives you operating profit, divided by revenue. And now press control enter. That gives you 0.42, 0.59, 0.45, 0.38, and 0.38. You can convert this to percentage by clicking on this percentage symbol. In Excel, you can either click on this percentage, or you can also press Control Shift and 5. When you press Control Shift 5, that brings the percentage format. So why 5? Because if you look at the number key 5, just above that there is a percentage symbol. So if you're having a 15.6 inches laptop or more than that, then there is a number keypad on the right hand side. I'm not referring to that number keypad to pick number 5. I'm basically referring to the number 5 which is there at the top just below the function key, because above that 5 number you would be able to see a percentage symbol as well. So if you use Control Shift and that number 5, then it converts the number display to a percentage. Like in this case, you would have seen that it was appearing like this, and when you press Control Shift and 5, it converts that to a percentage format. Now similarly, as we are talking about this shortcut, let me also tell you one more shortcut, which is Control Shift and 1. While 5 is used for percentage format, 1 is used for number format with
Sorry,
2 decimal.
sorry. I want to say that some of us are using a Mac computer, so I'm able to
Oh,
follow now. But just in case you have the same tips for a Mac computer, just it would be good to like for this. It's a
all right.
control, Command, Shift, and 5.
Yes. So actually, what I can do is I'm not using Mac right now, but in the PDF that we have shared with you, there is a slide which has given the shortcuts for both Windows and Mac. So I let me see if we have the shortcuts for Mac or not. If we don't have it, I'll get it sent across to you after this session, right? But most of the shortcuts that I'm going to be talking about would be for the other one, not for Mac, right? But yes, as you rightly said, it would be along with the command key out there.
No problem.
Now you can use the Control Shift 1 shortcut for converting number to for converting any value to a number format with 2 decimal places. Like if I've got 58 over here and I want to convert this to a numeric format with 2 decimal places, I can use Control Shift 1 and it would display it as 58.00 or whatever that number is. All right. Now, let's come back. Now, the average operating profit margin. So in the last 5 years, we have the operating profit margins computed out here as 42%, 59%, 45%, and so on and so forth. So we can compute the average operating profit margin over here by using the average function and then take this range, close the bracket, right? Equal to average of this particular range. Now, once you do that, it gives you 44%, right? It gives you 44% average operating profit margin for the last 5 years. Now, if you compare these results with the benchmark that has been set by the bank has said that you need to be having the average operating profit margin of at least 35% and the CAGR of revenue needs to be at least 30%. If you fulfill both the conditions, then you would be eligible for loan. Otherwise, you would not be eligible for loan. Right? So what we need to do now is by manually looking at these numbers, we are able to make out that it would be this company has satisfied both the conditions, but we need to do it with the help of a formula. So what do we need to do here? I need the result as yes if the company is eligible. I need the result as no if the company is not eligible. Right now, in this case, as we started off, I said that we are going to talk about the check condition and the give result accordingly. So this can be done by using the if function. So if function is used when you need to check for a condition and then give the result according to that. So if function will basically ask you to check for a condition, and if the condition is satisfied, then you have a result yes. If the condition is not satisfied, then you have a result no. Now I would use if function here, and the if function syntax is you start with if, then you put the condition to be checked, comma, then you give true value, which means that if the condition is satisfied, then what is the result that you require, and then we give false value, which means that if the condition is not satisfied, then what is the result you need, right? Like in this case, the true value is yes, the false value is no. But there is something which is peculiar in this particular example, and that is the condition itself. That that over here, the condition is not single. We don't have to just check for a single condition. We have to check for two conditions at the same time. So first condition is basically the operating profit margin, and the second is the CAGR of revenue. So what we are going to do now is we will be using another function along with it, and that is going to be the AND function. AND function in Excel is used when you have to check for multiple conditions and you need to ensure that all the conditions need to be fulfilled. Like in this example, I've got two conditions and I want to fulfill both of these conditions. So what we'll do for checking the condition in the if function, I'm going to use another function which is AND. So what we'll do here, we will nest the AND function within the if function. Okay, so let's write that function here, that if it's going to ask you for three things: logical test, which is the condition, second is value if true, and third is value if false. So first of all, let's talk about the logical test. And the test is that your operating profit margin needs to be more than 35%, the revenue CAGR needs to be more than 30%. But in order to check for both of these conditions, we'll use and over here. So we'll put and then you can put the logical test number 1, the logical test number 2, and logical test number 3, and so on and so forth. Like in this example, I've got only 2 checks. So I'll put first condition, which is this cell in C11 needs to be greater than equal to 35%, comma, the second cell needs to be greater than equal to this, and close the bracket. Because I've got two conditions, I've put both of them one by one. My condition number 1 was that the 44% average operating profit margin needs to be greater than equal to 35, which means that it has to be at least 35. Even if it is 35, I'm okay with it. And the second condition is the revenue CAGR of 36% needs to be greater than or equal to 30% benchmark. So close the bracket. If both the conditions are fulfilled, only then we would say that AND is going to give you a true, which means that it is okay. So my true value is going to be yes, and the false value is going to be no. Now in Excel, there is a standard rule. There is a global rule that whatever you are going to provide in a formula which is non-numeric. When I say non-numeric, you can also say a text value that has to appear within double quotes. So I'll start the double quotes, give that text value, and then close the double quotes. I cannot put the term yes, yes without the double quotes, because Excel requires us to provide the double quotes if we are providing an input which is not a number. If I had to provide a number like 1 and 0, then I don't need to use these double quotes. But other than numbers, we must use these double quotes. All right. So value if true is yes, comma, value if false is going to be no. That also would be provided in double quotes. So close the bracket and press enter. It says yes. Right? Why? Because in this case, both the conditions have been fulfilled. And just in case, let us say I'm going to change the benchmark of revenue to 40%. So let's say the bank says that you need to be having an average revenue CAGR of 40%, then this automatically changes to no, because the first condition is satisfied, but the second condition has not been satisfied. So the answer is going to be no, because AND function ensures that we fulfill both the conditions. All right. And if both the conditions fulfilled, this is yes. Now let me show you the formula. In Excel, I'm just to add on to one more functionality that got added in the later version of Excel. So if you're not using 2016, you may not be able to use this function in your machines. So in 2016, there is a new formula which is called formula text. When you write equal to formula test and provide reference to a cell, like in this case, I write equal to formula text and I give the reference to cell C13 and close the bracket, it gives you the formula which is included in the cell C13. So formula text is a very good function which got added in 2016. So at least the trainers tend to use this function quite often, because we have to show the result that this is giving us yes, and also show the formula at the same time. So for trainers like us, it is quite useful that we can show both the results and the formula at the same time. But as I said, this is a new function which got added in 16, so you may not be able to use it in the older versions of Excel. All right, so I'll just take a pause here and do a recap that we have seen how to compute the CAGR. 2, we learned how to write the same formula in a range of cells in one go by using this control enter technique. And 3, we discussed the nested function wherein we used both if function to check for condition and function to check for multiple condition, and then get the result accordingly. So I'll take a pause here for you to complete your sheets, and then we'll proceed again in 2 minutes. Now, time for any questions if you have.
We have, hi Sid.
Yes, go on.
Do we have an Excel formula for CAGR? Excel function for CAGR?
See, there is no direct Excel function which can compute CAGR. So we would
Okay.
have to use it. There is a way that we can use geometric mean function out here, but that also requires us to compute the percentage somewhere.
Okay, thanks.
So, there's a question that why are we putting 1 in the CAGR formula? So, I've written the CAGR formula here that we take the last number divided by first number, take the power as 1 by n and do a minus 1. So, over here, the formula is computing a multiple. So, when you take the last number by first number, that is 340 by 100, that gives you 3.4. Now, this 3.4 indicates that the increase is 2.4 over the 4 years, right? So in order to compute that 2.4, or you can say 240% over a range of 4 years, we are first taking the root of power 1 by 4, and then we are subtracting that 1, or you can say the 100%, because 1 is the base for us, right? Let me take an example to justify this again. If I have a number 100 here and this is increasing to 170, how did we compute this 70%? We took the difference and then divided by 100. I could have actually done it in this way as well, that I take the current year number divided by the previous year number. That gives me 1.7, and then I would deduct 1, so that it gives me 0.7, and when I convert this to a percentage, that gives me 70%. So this also is quite akin to the CAGR formula, wherein we are taking the 2015 number, which is 170, divided by 2014 number, and then do a minus 1. So if you look at the CAGR, this is also doing the same thing, that we are taking the last year number, which is 170, the first number is 100 in the power, because there are only 2 years, so there is only one growth here, so the power will be 1 by 1, which is nothing. So, and we do a minus 1. So to answer your question, we are putting this minus 1 over here because it's giving us a multiple, and from the multiple a percentage can be computed when you subtract 1, right? So 10% growth in terms of multiple would be 1.1. So 1.1 needs to be converted to 10%. You would need to deduct 1 from there. So that's why we put that 1. Now, another question is that why did we not use the CAGR for the operating profit margin? See, the point is the CAGR concept is applicable for absolute numbers when we are computing the growth. But operating profit margin is a percentage, it's a number in itself. Instead of using CAGR, obviously CAGR is not relevant for operating profit margin because this is 42% in the first year, 59 in second year. So the increase in this number is not making any sense for us. This itself says that each year we are having an average operation profit margin of so and so. What has been the average growth, or what has been the average profit margin across the year? CAGR is used when you have to compute the growth rate, right? When we have to use the growth rate. When we don't have to use the growth rate, then we don't use it, right? Instead of using this, I could have actually computed the average operating profit for 5 years and then divided by average revenue for 5 years. So I would compute the average revenue over here, and then I would compute average operating profit and then take an average of that and then take the proportion. That could have been done, but CAGR wouldn't be relevant. CAGR is used only when you have to compute the growth rate and not in any other place. All right. Now there is a question around the IFS function, ifs function. So ifs function is a new function which is available in 2016 version of Excel. That basically is used when you have to check for multiple conditions. So it's right that if you have multiple conditions to be checked and you want the result according to it, then you can use ifs function. Now I would prefer to use ifs function when I have multiple conditions to check and the results are also different in those cases. Like if condition number 1 is satisfied, then I need result number 1. If condition number 2 is satisfied, then I need result number 2. If condition number 3 is satisfied, I need result number 3, and so on and so forth. Like in this case, that's not the case. In this case, the point is that there are two conditions, both conditions have to be fulfilled, and then the answer should be yes. So there is no other there's no other thing that I need to check over here. All right. Okay. Now there is a question. If I click on E31, okay, I've clicked on E31 so that I can verify the formula for CAGR. Yeah, so there, because I'm coming with a difference amount. See, if you're using CAGR formula and you are applying that percentage over here, it shouldn't give you a different result. It is 36%, and when I employ that 36% here, I'm getting exactly 340. So maybe if you would like to check the formula again, that will be useful. Or maybe you can check that whether you're putting 36 as a hard-coded value here, because if you put 36% as a hard-coded value, the result could be slightly different. The reason for that is this appears to be 36%, but when I increase the decimal places, this is actually 35.79. So maybe that could be leading to this particular difference. All right. Now let's move further. And as we move further, you might see that a couple of your questions would automatically get answered. So let's move ahead to the next sheet, which is sheet C. Now in this sheet, what I have is I have got a list of email IDs. As you can already see, there is a particular list given out here, the list of email IDs which contain the username @gmail.com, the username @gmail.com, and so on and so forth. So in all the cases, it's basically given here that the length of the email ID is different. Now in Excel, what we can do is we can use this function called len. Len function is technically called length function, is used to compute length of a cell. In order to find out how many characters are included in a particular cell, we can use len function. So if I put my name here, say SID, and I use equal to len function here, then it gives me 3, which means that there are 3 characters in this particular cell, right? If I change this to ABCDE, then it changes to 5. If I change it to say sid@gmail.com, then there are 13 characters over here, right? There are 13 characters in this particular cell, and len function is giving that. Now, what is the relevance of this len function? In this example, if you see, all the email addresses have got different length. Obviously, manually looking at this, we can say that there is a different length, but let me also show that to you that the first email address has got a length of 24 characters, and the second email address has got a length of 26 characters. The third email address has got a length of 18 characters. Now, you can see that the length is different for all of these cases. So what I need to do over here is I need to migrate their email IDs to a new domain. So right now it is @gmail.com. So each email address has got two things. First is the user ID, and the second is the domain. So in this case, if I look at any particular email ID, let's say I look at this Andrew.Salisbury, that is the user ID, @gmail.com is the domain name. I want to transfer all of these IDs and migrate all of these IDs to a new domain name, which is yahoo.com. Right? I want to transfer them to yahoo.com. So my migrated email ID should take the same user ID, but the domain name should be yahoo.com. That is the ask in this question. Now, how do I do that? If I just if I just translate this question in terms of the steps that we need to follow, the first thing that we need to do is find out the user ID, and the second is put @yahoo.com after that. That is what we need to do. Now, if I need to find out the user ID and then put yahoo.com after that, so I would need to first of all figure out how do I extract user ID from here. Now the user ID is something which is starting from the left. So in Excel, we have a function called left. Left function is used to extract characters from left side of the cell. So if you need to extract characters from the left hand side of the cell, then you can use left function. Now, if I simply put, I again got back to this. I put my name here as Sid and I write left function over here. And I would say that from this cell which contains SID, extract the leftmost character. If I just put left of this cell and I close the bracket, then it's going to give me the leftmost character, which is S. So by default, when you simply use the left function, it gives you the first character from the left hand side. But as you can see in the syntax of the left, there is something called as number of characters. How many characters do you like to extract? So over here, if I provide the total number of characters to be extracted as 2, then it will give me 2 characters from the left hand side. All right. So let me get back to this left function. If you do not specify the number of characters, then it gives you the leftmost character. If you specify the number of characters, then it gives you those many characters. Now, how is this relevant to us in this particular example? In this example, I want to extract characters from the left hand side. If I write equal to left of this cell and I put, let's say I'm just putting 10, then it gives me the user ID till M. But after M, you see there is AS24. There are 4 more characters. So in fact, instead of taking 10, I should have taken 14. So the question is that how do I get to know that how many characters have to be extracted? Because the length of the user ID in all of these cases is different. In some case, in some email IDs, the length would be 14 characters. In some cases, the length of the user ID would be 7 characters. In some cases, it could be 10 characters. So the question is, how do we get to the length of the user ID? Now the question is that one thing is clear, that we need to use the left function to be able to extract the user ID. But the question is, before I use the left function, I need to know how many characters are there in the user ID. All right. So one thing is common in all the cases. In this case, as you can see, there is this character called @, which is basically dividing the user ID and the domain name, right? So in other terms, if I am able to find out the position number of @ in email ID, then that will tell me that how many characters are there in the user ID. Like in the first example, if you count, the @ character is appearing at 15th position. So @ is appearing at 15th position. So if it is appearing at 15th position, then it indirectly tells us that before this 15th position, there are 14 characters in total. So before this @ I have got 14 characters. So is it right to say that the length of user ID is equal to position number of @ minus 1, right? So if @ is appearing at 15th position, then 15 minus 1 will give me 14, which means that there are 14 characters in the user ID, isn't it? So the question is, if I have to extract 14 characters from the left hand side, I can use equal to left function and I can put 14. But I do not want to put this 14 as a hard-coded value, because if I copy and paste it down, it may not work for a couple of cases, right? Like over here, you can see it's not 14. So I need to find out the position number of @ in all of these cases, and then that position number minus 1 will give me the total number of characters to be extracted. So for that, we are going to use another function, which is find. So find function is used to find the position number of a character in a cell. So find function is used to find out the position number of a character in a cell. So effectively, if I get back to this and instead of writing 14, I write find function. And here I would need to put that what is my find text? What am I looking to find out? I'm looking to find out @. And as I told earlier, that any non-numeric value needs to be provided within double quotes. So I put double quotes for @. I need to find out the @. Second parameter is within text. Where do you want to find it out? I want to find it out in B2, right? So I want to find out @ in B2, and the last parameter over here is this start number. Where do you want to start searching for that @? See, obviously the default value, the default number for us would be 1, that we want to start searching right from the very first character. I don't want to skip on any numbers. I want to start from the leftmost first character. That's why I would put 1. And as you can see, the start number parameter in the syntax appears in the square bracket. This is an indication that it's an optional parameter. Anything which appears in the square bracket is an optional parameter for us. So if I give it, well and good. If you do not give it, Excel is automatically going to take it as 1. So if you want to give it as 1, this is okay. Otherwise, you can also leave it. Excel will by default take it as 1. Now close this bracket. It gives you the position number of @. If I just leave this much, I know that this find @ is going to give me the answer as 15, because we just saw that @ is appearing at 15th position. So this will give me 15, and left, when this gets fed into the left function, then left will extract 15 characters from the left hand side, right? But as you know, the length of the user ID over here, I just mentioned it here, that the length of the user ID is position number of @ minus 1. And now close the bracket. And that gives us the answer, which is exactly the user ID. All right, this is exactly the user ID. Let me just show you the formula here. This is it. Okay. Now this function over here, you have seen that we have used a nested function. We have combined the left function and find function together, and you have seen the flow. Why was there a need to combine these two? Because we used left function to extract characters from the left hand side, and then we used find function to be able to find out the position number of @. Then once we get the position number of @, we subtract 1 from there to find out the length of user ID, and that gives us those many characters from the left hand side out here. All right. So we have done the first step, which is what we wanted, that find out the user ID. The first thing is done. The second thing is we want to put @yahoo.com after this. So what we are talking about here is this concept says that how do you combine multiple values in Excel? So if you have got value number 1, value number 2, how do you combine these two values? So in Excel, there are two ways to do that. One is to use a function, which is called concatenate function. But I personally prefer to use the alternate approach, which is what I'm going to tell you now, because that is simpler. For that, what you can do, you can simply put value 1 and then write ampersand and value 2, ampersand, value 3, ampersand, and so on and so forth. So you can keep on putting value 1, ampersand, value 2, ampersand, value 3, ampersand, value 4. You can keep on putting as many values as you want, right? So there's no need to use a detailed function which is concatenate. This is even simpler. It's just a usage of a simple and symbol in between, which can help you to combine multiple values. So we have got value number 1 over here, which is the user ID. Now my value number 2 is @yahoo.com. I need to combine this with @yahoo.com. So how would I do that? I already have this over here, and after this I'll put and symbol. So I'm just going to go back to this, put and symbol here, and the second value over here is @yahoo.com, right? And then press enter. And you would have seen here that I'm putting @yahoo.com within the square brackets, because within the double quotes, because this is again a non-numeric value, so it has to appear like this. And now you can just drag it down, and it replicates the same formula everywhere. So you have the formula here, that left of this cell, comma, find @-1, and then put @yahoo.com. All right. So I'll take a pause here for any questions on this.
Why did we use 1 after B2? I missed that explanation.
Which one are you referring to?
After B2. After
After B2.
B2.
Why have I used this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is basically used for this parameter, which is start number. So this indicates that from where would you like to start? Do you want to start from the very first character, or you want to skip a couple of characters and then start searching for @. Now in this example, we didn't have any reason to, skip on a certain characters in the beginning. So by default, it had to be 1. And as I said earlier, that if always you have to start from, if at all you need to start from the very first character, you can even ignore it. You can just leave it as is. Excel will by default take it as 1 on its own. Now,
Okay.
there would be a couple of cases wherein we would deliberately want to leave a certain number of characters and then start. So
Hmm.
that is not relevant in this example. Probably after this example, let me take that point and explain it to you.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other question on this?
So please, I missed the what you do to show the formula on the cell. I missed that bit. Can you just take it again?
Which one? The entire formula or a specific part of it?
Yes, if you want to show the entire formula
hmm
on the face of the cell instead of the result.
Okay, so that formula, how do we show the formula instead of the result? Okay, so that I'm getting by using this concept formula text. So by using the formula text, you will be able to get the formula. Now, if you're using an older version of Excel, maybe this would not work because it was a new addition to the Excel version. All right. If there are no other questions, let's move on to an example wherein I can show you when I can show wherein I can show you the usage of a value other than 1. Why would I need to skip a couple of characters while finding out for a certain value? So just below this, let me just take an example. Say I put certain value here, which is, say, Kingdom of Arabia. Right? I've got kingdom space of space Arabia. Now what I need is, say, I need to figure out the first, or in fact, let me take a better example so that you're able to relate to this. Let's say there is a name that I take, and the name is Donald J space Trump. Right? Now what I need is this first name is Donald, the middle name is J, and the surname is Trump. Right? I need to find out the first name, I need to find out the middle name, I need to find out the surname or the last name, right? So I need to find out all of this one by one. I've got the name here. All right, now that's the question. If I have this over here, how do I get the first name, middle name, and the last name? Now in this example, this is slightly different from the previous example that we were talking about. In the previous case, the character @ was unique. That was appearing only once. But in this case, the space is the unique character and that is appearing twice. So if I have a list of 100 names along with these email IDs and the names have been provided like this way, that you have a first name, then a space, then a second name, and then a space, and then third name, then you would need to follow a different logic over there. So let me do it this way, that if you have a list of names listed out here, right? So if I have Donald J. Trump, how do I figure out that what is the length of the first name? It has got DONALD. There are 6 characters, but I don't want to manually count it. I'm going to do it automatically. So what would I do? I would find out position number of the first space. Right? What is the position number of first space? And in order to get that, we would use find function. So find a space. Now in the previous example, the find character was @. In this case, the find character is a space. So I'm going to put that space in double quotes. I'll start the double quotes, give a space, close the double quotes, comma, within text. Where do you have to find it? So you have to find it in this particular name, right? Then it says start number. Where do you want to start it? I want to start from the very first character, which is 1. As I said earlier, if you leave 1, it is by default going to take it as 1 on its own, right? So I'm just putting it as 1, and that gives me the position number of the first space is 7. Position number of the first space is 7, right? All right. Now, if the position number of the first space is 7, that means the length of first name is going to be 7 minus 1. The length of the first name is going to be 7 minus 1 because the space is appearing at the 7th position, and if it is appearing at the 7th position, it means that there are 6 characters before the space. That means that Donald has got 6 characters. So I can go back to this cell and write the left function to say that in this cell extract 6 characters from the left hand side. So extract 6 characters from the left hand side. Okay. Now this is simple and straightforward and is based on the same logic that we discussed in the previous example. But the next thing is slightly tricky. If over here I need to find out position number of second space, how do I find that out? Now the first space is appearing at the 7th position. 8th position has got J. 9th position has got the second space. So how do I get the number 9 over here? So again, I'm going to use the find function, and the find text is going to be space within this text. But if I simply write this find space in this B106, which contains the full name, then it is going to give me the position number of the first occurrence of the space. So I don't have to actually get the first occurrence of space. I have to get the second occurrence, which I can do if I start by, if I start from a place wherein the first space is automatically ignored. So my first space I know is appearing at 7th position. So if I start searching for a space from the 8th position, then automatically the first space would be ignored. So in this example, you can see that the start number has a relevance, has an importance, that my first space is appearing at 7th position. I want to start for search of my space from the next position, which is position number 8. So that is how you can, instead of putting a default 1 over here, I'm putting 8. And what is that 8? Position number of first space plus 1. And when you close this bracket, it gives you the answer as 9, which means that we are going to start searching for that space from the 8th character, and in the 9th character, we have got that space, and the answer is 9. And the best part is that the position number of the space is relative to the starting point. It's not going to be 2. It doesn't mean that if I'm starting from position number 8, then the second space appears at number 2. That is not the way. It is going to give you the position number which is relative from the very first place, which is number 9. Right? I hope this example clarifies that what if we have more than one, what if we have this character appearing more than once, and how do we get the position number of that? Now let's get back. If position number of first space is 7, position number of second space is 9, then how many characters do you have in between? So between 7 and 9, we have got one character, which is the 8th character. So if I need to find out the length of middle name, then that is going to be 9 minus 7 minus 1. That will give me the length of the middle name, because if the 9th character is a space, 7th character is a space, minus 1 will give you the length of the middle name. All right. So The middle name has got one character. Now the question is, how do I get the middle name? Left function in Excel is used to extract characters from the left hand side. Right function is used to extract characters from right side. From right side. But in this case, we have to extract the middle name, which is not on the left, which is not on the right, but in the middle. So we have to look for a formula which can extract characters from the middle of the name, and for that we use mid function. So mid function is used to extract characters from middle of a cell. All right. Now in this case, I'm going to use mid. Mid will ask you, where is your text? My text is here, comma. Where do you want to start getting that character? Now I have got the first space at 7th position. I'm going to start from 8th character, which is +1. So mid function requires you to tell where do you want to start extracting the character. So my first space in this example is appearing at position number 7. So I have to start extracting for the name from position number 8. So I'll take the position number of space, which is the first space, +1, and the total number of characters that I need to extract is basically the length of the middle name, which is there in C114, and that gives me the middle name, which is J. All right, and this is completely dynamic. If I change this a bit, let's say I change this to Donald John Trump, and this is automatically going to give you that, because the way it is working is it is dynamic in itself. The formula itself is computing on its own. So whatever you write in between, it is automatically going to capture it. Right? So if it is Donald John Trump, then the first space is appearing at 7th position. So I need to start from 8th position, which is 7 + 1. And then what is the length of that? That is 4. Why? Because the second space is now appearing at 12th position. The first space was at 7th position. So in between, I've got 4 characters, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So there are 4 characters. That's the length of the middle name, which is what we are extracting out here by using mid function. Right? So that's how we can use a combination of find, left, and mid to be able to find out the first name and the middle name. And in this case, if I just conclude with the last point, which is how do you extract the surname? The surname is TRUMP. There are 5 characters. So how do you find out the total length of the surname? For that, you need to first find out what is the length of full name. You need to first of all find out the length of the full name, and that you can do, as I explained earlier, that you can do by using the len function. When you use len function, that gives you the length of the complete cell. So this cell has got 17 characters in total, right? So if there are 17 characters in total and the second space is appearing at 12th position, that means that after the 12th position, I've got 5 more characters. So my length of surname is 17 minus 12, right? That is 5. Or in simple terms, this is the length of the full name minus the position number of the second space. That gives you the length of the surname. Now let's get back to this. If you need to extract 5 characters from the right hand side, you would use right of this cell, comma 5. And that gives you Trump. That we are extracting 5 characters from the right hand side. I hope this example clarifies all the text related functions like left, mid, right, and also explains how do we use the find function to find out the position number of the second occurrence of a character. Like in this example, we have found out the position number of the second occurrence of a space. So I'll take a pause here for any questions that you have relating to this.
Excuse me. Will you please share this Excel sheet that you are working on, please?
Definitely. After completing this session, I'll get it emailed to all of you. All right. So, uh, any other questions on this? Otherwise, we'll proceed to the next example. Great. So if there are no questions, let's move on to the next example. Let's go to sheet D. All right. So I've got a request from one of the participants that we need if you could take a brief break in between for prayer. So fair enough. Let's take maybe 10 minutes break in between, or maybe 15 minutes break, and let's be back in 15 minutes. All right. Thank you.
Sorry, please,
Hi.
can you put your sheet back to C so that we can just be looking at the sheet?
Sid,
Thank you.
I missed the sheet A. What did you cover in sheet A?
So sheet A was basically meant to discuss the concept of referencing, that how do we fix a particular cell if you need to refer to a particular row or a column when we copy and paste a formula. How do we do that? So like in this
Okay.
example, we had to write a function to write a formula to get the table of number 2, 3, and 4. So basically what we were doing out here is that we were multiplying this number 2 with 1, 2, 3, 4, the serial numbers. But
Okay.
when you copy and paste it down, every time you would want to refer to row number 3. So in this cell B3, we have fixed this row number 3 by putting a dollar sign over here. And
Yeah, yeah.
for referring to a serial number, we would need to fix the column A. So when you write
Okay.
this kind of formula, you're able to copy and paste the same formula in the entire range of 30 cells. So
Okay.
that was the point of discussion. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Sid. Thank you so
Welcome.
much. Yeah.
Hello, hi. Sid, I just wanted to go to the top beginning of the sheet because I missed the initial few formulas which you explained at the beginning.
Yeah,
Hello?
surely. But just give me a minute. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
do that. But my screen has my Excel has kind of
Okay,
got
okay.
hanged. Just give
Okay, okay.
me a minute or so once this recovers. Actually, I need to wait for my screen to recover. Yeah, it's recovered now. Let me first save it. So, Fatima, this sheet only you want me to scroll up? Is that okay? Great. So we'll be starting in another 5 minutes.
Hi, Sid. Can you please take it down a bit so that we can finish before you start?
Okay, now we can start.
Yeah, definitely. So let's get started. Are there any questions on this sheet before I proceed to the next sheet? All right, let's move to the next sheet then. So in this sheet, in the sheet D, we're going to be talking about the transpose functionality. Now, what do we mean by this term transpose? Transpose in simple terms is basically interchanging rows and columns. So whatever data appears in row, if we need to convert that to a column, and whatever data appears in column and we need to convert that to a row, that is called transpose. So whenever you need to interchange the data between row and column, then we do a transpose, right? Now, in order to do a transpose, there are two techniques. One is a static approach, and second is a dynamic approach. Now, what is the difference between these two? So when you do a transpose by using a copy paste functionality, that is called copy paste as value functionality, that is called a static approach. And when you use a formula driven transpose, then that is called a dynamic approach. Now, what is the difference between these two? Let us first understand the first part, which is the static approach. Now, the term suggests that this is static. It is fixed. Once you do it, then there is no relation between the original data and the new data. Like over here, if you see in this table, there are 3 rows and 4 columns. So in the original data, if you see, there are 3 rows and 4 columns. So if you need to do a transpose, then basically this would mean that the resultant table would be having instead of 3 rows, it would be having 3 columns, and instead of 4 columns, it would be having 4 rows. So the resultant table would have 4 rows and 3 columns, because we are going to transfer the data from this row to this column. The data from row number 2 will go to column number 2. The data from row number 3 will go to column number 3, and so on and so forth. So that is how we do a transpose. Now, how do we do follow a static approach? In the static approach, we need to basically select the entire table and copy it, right? Select the entire table, copy it, and then go to the destination table, which contains a combination of 4 rows and 3 columns, and then go to paste special. Go to paste special. When you go to paste special, then it's going to open a pop-up window like this. Go to paste special, it's going to open a pop-up window like this. Put values, that we are pasting the result as a value, and over here you would see an option called transpose, right? So when you do a paste special, remember that you have to click on this transpose checkbox, which means that we are transposing it. In this case, the original source data is having the hard-coded values, so it doesn't really make a difference which option you pick in the paste section, but I would personally prefer that you pick values, which means that we are only going to pick the values and paste it as hard-coded values. So just in case the original source has got certain formula in place, we're going to be ignoring that, and only the values would be pasted, right? So once you do that, click on paste values and click on transpose, press OK, it gets pasted, right? There's some formatting here. Let me just remove the formatting. Just 1 second. Because it's not readable properly. So let me just clear the formatting from here, right? Yeah. So when you do a paste special as values and do a transpose, you see that the data has got pasted over here. So I had these numbers 48, 12, 44, and 43. So it's showing 48, 12, 44, 43 in the column number 1. The data in row number 2 was 10, 42, 21, and 39. That is appearing in the second column. The data in the third row was this. That is appearing in the third column now. So we have followed a static approach. So why is it called static? Because at a later stage, once we have done that transpose, if I change this 48 to say 45, then the result in the corresponding table does not get updated on its own because it is static. When we did the transpose at that point in time, it was 48. So any changes at a later stage are not going to be reflected automatically over here. That is why it is called a static or a fixed approach, right? Once it is done and dusted. It has no relation with the source table. This is my destination table or a result table. This has got no relation with the source table. So at a later stage, whatever changes you do to this source table, it's not going to be reflected over here. All right, that is what we have in the static approach. Now, let's go with the dynamic approach. Now, dynamic approach, as the term itself suggests, that this is going to be flexible. Whatever changes will happen to the source table will be automatically reflected to the destination of the resultant table as well. Right? For doing that, we use a function which is transpose. Now, transpose is a very interesting function in Excel. It is not like any other conventional function that we have in Excel. Like right now in this file, we have discussed len, mid, right, left. We also discussed if function, add function. But in all those cases, what we were doing, we were using a conventional way of putting the function and then we used to press an enter. In this case, we are not going to be doing that. Transpose is a special category function. So it falls into the category which is called array function. And in order to put an array function, you need to follow 3 steps. Those steps are: step number 1, select the entire range wherein result is required. So wherever you need the result, select that entire range, right? Otherwise, what we used to typically do, we would write the formula in one cell and then do a copy and paste. But in this case, you need to follow, and I would say you must follow these 3 steps. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use this function. So step number 1 is select the entire range wherein the result is required. Now, one important point to note over here while using the transposes, if the original source has got 3 rows and 4 columns, the resultant table needs to have 4 rows and 3 columns, which is the reverse of it. If you use, let's say, lesser rows, then you wouldn't have sufficient space to show the entire data. So the result is going to be truncated. You will see less number of cells filled over here, right? And if you, just in case you select extra rows or extra columns, then the extra rows and columns will show you hash NA. It'll show you hash NA result. So you need to make sure that you select exactly the right number of cells. All right. So the step number 1 is select the entire range wherein the result is required. 2, write the transpose function and provide reference to entire source range. You see that I am actually showing the word entire specifically highlighted here because when you select that range, you need to select it in entirety. And when you write the transpose function and provide reference to the source table, you need to select the entire source table in its own, right? And once it is done, you need to press Control Shift Enter. This is called CSE keystroke. You need to follow the CSE keystroke to be able to enter it. You cannot press a normal or a conventional enter. You cannot also press a control and enter. You have to press Control Shift Enter. And how do you press that? You will need to press Control key, do not release that key, then press Shift, do not release that key either, and then press Enter. So what will happen when you would be pressing the Enter key, you would have already pressed Control and Shift. So all these 3 keys would be pressed at the same time. All right, that's how we can use the transpose function, which is basically a special category of array function. So if I follow these steps, step number 1, select the entire range wherein the result is required. I've selected that range. Now write the transpose function and provide reference to the entire source range. So I'm going to provide reference to the entire source range. close the bracket. And the step number 3, press Control Shift Enter. I'm going to press Control Shift and Enter. So I've pressed Control and I'm not releasing that key. I've pressed Shift and not releasing that key, and then I'm pressing Enter. So it gives us this result: 48, 12, 44, 43 in the column, then second row in the second column, third row in the third column. And this is a perfect example of a dynamic approach, because now if you're going to change this 45 to say 40, 48 to 45, then it is getting reflected over here as well. The reason is simple: we have used a formula now, right? Any changes in the base data would be reflected in the destination table as well. And another important point for us to learn over here is that when you press this Control Shift Enter keystroke, you would see that in the formula bar it is showing the curly brackets at the beginning and the end. These curly brackets would appear in the beginning, and there would be formula, and then there would be curly brackets at the end. I haven't put these curly brackets manually. These curly brackets would appear when you use Control Shift Enter keystroke. Whenever you would use that, it's going to show these curly brackets in the formula bar, right? We do not need to put it manually. It comes on its own. It is just an indication that we have used the CSE keystroke, right? And another unique feature of the transpose function is, if after you have inserted this formula, you want to delete this column. You don't want to delete the entire table, but you just want to delete this column, and you press delete button, it is going to show you an error message saying that you cannot change part of an array. So the array function is entered in one go by selecting the entire range, and if at all you need to delete it, you have to delete it in entirety. You cannot delete a piece of it. So if you need to just delete a single cell or a column or a single row, you cannot do that. It wouldn't allow you to do this. If you have to delete this, then you have to select the entire table, then delete it. Then only you would be able to remove the content. Otherwise, if you just select a single cell and press delete button, it wouldn't allow you to do that, right? So that's another unique feature of the transpose function. So I would say that in the financial model, if you have certain data in one sheet which is appearing in a row, or something which is appearing in a column, and you need to interchange that between the row and column, then you can use the transpose function. Because in a financial model, it is critical that we use formulae and create linkages to the various sheets. It is not suggested that we use hard-coded values there. So I wouldn't recommend using a static approach in those cases. I would always say that go for a dynamic approach and use transpose function instead of a copy-paste functionality. All right. So I'll take a pause here for you to complete this before we proceed further.
Sorry, how do I remove when I do the transpose, the dynamic transpose, the colors, those blue colors that came up earlier on your screen, how do I remove it?
Actually, that blue color which is appearing, that is an in-cell conditional formatting. So what you can do, how I removed it, I basically removed it. So there are two options. You can clear the formatting from the home tab, or you can go to conditional formatting, and over there you will see this option called clear rule. So basically, when we created this template which was given to you, it already had certain conditional formatting in place. So if you wish to remove it, select the table, go to conditional formatting in the home tab and click on clear rule, and that'll clear that. And then you would be able to see the data without that blue shade.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question on this? So you can try your hands on your machines and see if you're able to follow this. Just to repeat, in order to use the array function, which is transpose in this example, you need to select the entire range wherein the result is required. You cannot just write this function in a single cell. So because you can do a copy and paste for it, this is a special category of function. First of all, select the entire range, then write the function, provide reference to entire table, and then press Control Shift Enter. So the question is that just in case we have to add additional rows or columns in the original data, how do we get that reflected in the table? The answer is that you have to redo the formula. You have to write it again, right? In this example, if I show you, the original table has got 3 rows. So if you feel that at a later stage you might add one more row, if you have that feeling that you might want to add one more row here, so what you can do is, instead of selecting 4 columns, select 3 columns, select 4 columns, because in the original data I've got 3 rows. I should ideally select 3 columns. But if you feel that you're going to be adding an additional row over here, then select an extra column in the beginning itself and then write the transpose function. Now what will happen with that, it is going to show you 0 0, because the 4th row over here has got nothing, so it shows you 0. So if at a later stage you're going to be putting certain value, it will be reflected over here, but then obviously it wouldn't look nice. So my suggestion would be that at a later stage, if you need to add an additional row or an additional column, then you have to redo the formula and enter it again, because you cannot just simply copy and paste one column and extend it on the right hand side. It wouldn't work at all. Like over here you can see it wouldn't work at all. So we have to follow this approach that we write the formula from the scratch. All right, so if there are no other questions, let's move on to the next sheet, which is sheet E. Now, what we are going to discuss in this file is, this sheet is pretty common, which I am sure most of you would be using if you're working on Excel. So what we have here is that there is a person who is doing some kind of data entry. On the left hand side we have got 4 columns, column A, B, C, D. In column A we have got the serial number, column B we have got the query ID, column C has got an amount, and D has got 4 numbers. So let's say this is a table which is being recorded or entered by a person who is taking calls in a call center for the complaints. So what that person does is that whenever somebody makes a call, he puts the serial number, gives that person a query ID, puts the amount involved in his query, and puts the phone number of that individual. Now what has happened, let's say there is a huge data dump over here in these 4 columns from column A to column D. And now the person receives a query or receives a request from one of the persons in the company that I want to see the amount involved in these query IDs, right? And then at the end he is interested to see the total amount for all of those query IDs taken together. So if you see, if the first is that I need to find out the amount involved in the query ID 86. So if I manually see here, 86 is appearing here. The amount involved is 77,640, right? So what we are trying to do, we are trying to look for query ID. And how's that query ID arranged? That query ID is arranged in a vertical manner, right? So this query ID is arranged vertically. So we are going to look for a query ID which is vertically arranged. So this is a classic example of VLOOKUP. So we'll look for something which is vertically arranged. All right. So over here, if I use the VLOOKUP function, I would use it for looking for a value which is query ID 86, comma, the table array. The second parameter is the table array, the array which contains the original data. But when you use the VLOOKUP function, there is an important thing that we must remember, that when you select that table array, you need to ensure that the selected table array starts with the query ID, meaning whatever value you are looking for, that should be present in the first column. because VLOOKUP will look for the query ID in the first column. So when you select this table, you cannot select the table like this. If you select it like this, then it's going to look for the query ID in the first column. But in this case, the first column is serial number, so I cannot do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from column B. So instead of writing this, I'm going to start from column B. So I will select this table which will start from column B, and then on the right hand side I would take extra columns just to make sure that my table includes the result as well. Now columns, the next column contains the amount, and this is what I'm looking for. So I need to include the first column which contains the query ID, and in the overall table I need to have the amount column as well. Now this is your choice whether you want to stop over here. That is okay, or if you want to extend further on the right hand side to include additional columns like phone number over here, that is also fine, right? So the logic is that the table array that you select needs to start with the column which contains the query ID, which contains the lookup value that we are going to look for, right? Now in this case I have selected B1 to D25, but I would not prefer to select it like this, because if at a later stage the same person is going to add further records over here at the bottom, then this table range from B1 to D25 will not take that automatically. So instead of selecting a given range from B1 to D25, I would prefer to select the entire column B. And in order to select the entire column B, what you need to do is take your cursor at the top of this column and click over here. When you click over here, it shows you B colon B, and drag it until column D. As I said earlier, you can stop over here as well because column C contains the amount and this is what we need. But if you want, you can even extend it further to column D to include the phone number as well. That doesn't do any harm to our table, right? So when you select the entire table or entire column B to D, this makes sure that at a later stage, if some additional data is going to be added at the bottom, that would automatically be captured here. Because we have not restricted to a given number of cells, we have taken the entire column B to D, right? Now put a comma. The third parameter is column index number. Now it is very important that what is the meaning of this column index number? This column index number means the column number which contains the result. So column index number is the column number which contains the result. So what is the result that we are looking for? We are looking for amount. So in the selected table, which is B to D, which column number contains the result which is amount? That is column number 2. Because in this selected table, the first column is query ID, the second column is amount, the third column is phone number, and I need amount. So amount is in second column, so I would put 2. Now many a times a lot of people tend to confuse this with the column number of Excel sheet. The column number of the Excel sheet has got nothing to do here. Like over here you can see that the amount is appearing in column C, which is column number 3, but that is not relevant to us at all. This column index number is the position number of the column number in the selected table. So in the selected table, the first column is the ID, the second column is amount. So the column index number is going to be number 2 over here, comma, and the last is the range lookup, whether you are looking for an approximate match or an exact match. Now in this case, if you're looking for query ID 86, obviously you are looking for exact match of the query ID. So I would write false over here. Now in Excel, it is there's one important point that I want to highlight to you, that there is this concept of binary values, and binary is like 1 and 0, right? So and you can say this corresponds to the Boolean values true and false. So true and false are called Boolean. True is equal to 1 in Excel and false is equal to 0, right? So if you need to write false because you're looking for exact match, then you can either write false or you can write 0. Both same. Whether you write false or you write 0, both are same. And similarly for true, you can either write true or you can write 1. Both are same. Because true has got a numeric value equal to 1, false has got numeric value 0, both are same. So I personally prefer to use 1 and 0 because that's simpler and shorter instead of using true and false to be written over here. Now I would close the bracket here and press enter. So it gives me the value corresponding to 86 is 77640, which is getting reflected here. And I do a double click there to drag it down, and I've copied and pasted the formula over here, right? So I have pasted the formula here, which is giving me 77,640 in the first cell and so on and so forth. So for all the query IDs, you're able to see the results, right? But you see the last three results are showing you hash NA, which means that in the original table, there is no query ID, which is 34. There is no query ID, which is 23. There is no query ID, which is 52. Because we don't have these three numbers in the original table, so that's why we are getting a hash NA, which is quite logical. Because the value is not available, it can't give you a result. But the problem with this is the answer is okay that these three values are not found. But the problem with this is when I write the sum function here and I take the summation of all of that, and if in between there is a hash NA, it is giving me the result as hash NA over here as well in the sum function. And this problem is coming because we have an error value in the original range of table, in the original range which we are using over here in the sum function. So sum functions requires you to have the numeric values. If there is any value which is an error, the sum function doesn't work at all. Like over here you see that there are three cells which contain hash and error, so the sum function is not working, which means that there is an issue in this, right? So the question is that how do we avoid this issue? How do we make sure that we do not follow this problem, right? So for that, what you need to do is the turnaround is the original table or the result of amount should not show hash NA. Now there is an interesting thing that you need to learn, that let us say if I manually delete this, then this works. But obviously I wouldn't want to manually delete this, right? I would want the error values to be replaced with an alternate value, right? And what would that alternate value be? Maybe if instead of looking at hash NA, I'm able to put 0, then my purpose would be resolved. So I'll be able to make sure that the result doesn't show hash NA, which is a good way, that we should ideally not show hash NA. And second is we would also be able to compute sum, which is what we need over here. So the point is that I want to replace these error values to an alternate value, which could be, let's say, 0, or instead of using a hash NA, I can use a text value as well, like not found, something like this. Now mind it that not found is a text value and hash NA is an error value. So there is a difference between a text value and an error value. Hash NA is categorized as error, and in the sum function cannot read an error value. However, if I put not found here, then the sum function is working fine, right? The sum function is working fine because hash NA does not require you I'm sorry, the sum function doesn't just need the error value, but if you have a text value over there, then sum function can handle it properly. Let me show you that example before I get to this. So let's say I've got numbers 1, 2, 3. If I put a summation here, then it gives me 6, which is okay. But if instead of 1, 2, 3, I put 1, A, B, and then do a summation, it gives me the result as 1. Why? Because this sum function is taking three cells which include 1 as a numeric value and the other two cells are the text value. So these two text values are not going to create a problem so long as the sum function is able to find out at least one numeric value, it is going to give you a result. So let's say over here if I put 1A2, then it gives you the result as 3 because it is picking only the first cell and the last cell. The cell which contains the text value A is going to be ignored. But if you just try to add ABC, obviously some will not find anything and some will give you the result as 0 because there's nothing which it is able to find in terms of numeric value. So it gives you 0. So the takeaway from here is that if you have text value, then there is no problem in using sum function. But if there is a hash NA or any other error value, then there is a problem, right? Then there is a problem. So we need to remove that error value and replace it with an alternate value. So how do we do that? That is the question, right? So that can be done by using an Excel function which is called if error. So if error function is used to replace an error value with an alternate value that you would specify in the formula, right? So how does this work? It's the if error function requires you to write the normal value as is, put a comma, and then give the alternate value that you would want in case of error, right? So what we will do here, I'll just do a change in this formula a bit, that in the beginning I'm going to write if error, right? I'll write if error, and the first is the normal value. So I'm going to put that same VLOOKUP function here. I'm not going to change that, right? That's the first part of it. And then at the end, I'm going to put comma, value if error. What is the alternate value that you would like to display if the original value is an error? So I would want to change it with 0, then put 0. If you would like to change it with a text value like not found, something like this, then do that. And then what it'll do, it'll find out the value of VLOOKUP. If that result is okay, if it is not an error, then that result is displayed. If that result is an error, then instead of showing that error, it is going to show you not found. Like over here, you're able to see that in these 3 cells, it is showing not found, but in all other cells, it is showing the result of the VLOOKUP, right? So here is the formula in front of you. So we have used a nested function here wherein we combine the if error and VLOOKUP. So you can basically combine if error function with any other function in Excel. So it just says that in the if error, the first of all you would write whatever you would like to write. So if that result is going to be an error value, then you provide an alternate value, and that alternate value would be displayed in case of error results. Right. So initially you saw that these 3 cases were showing #NA, but now these are not showing #NA. These are showing the alternate values. And over here, if instead of not found, I had written like a normal 0, then it would have displayed 0. And in fact, if you were to put 0, then you don't need to use the double quotes. You can just leave it as is, right? But 0 may not be the right representative in this example, so I would prefer to write not found, something like this, query ID not found, something like that. All right. So that's the practical part of using the if error function along with VLOOKUP.
So I have a query.
Yes, please.
See, we counted the number of things. Amount we said is the second row, but sometimes if the columns are too many, is there a smart way of somewhere down? Can you check what is the number of the column? Because this was small, so we could count.
Yes.
But when I work on sheets, I have too many columns.
Fair enough. I get your point. So basically, in order to resolve that issue, if I just simplify your question, you're saying that instead of hard coding this number 2, is there a way that I can get it automatically by using an Excel function, probably, right?
Yeah,
so
or
there
maybe
are 2 ways.
I think you can see that which column it is. I'm not sure how.
Yes. That also is a technique. Yes, that also is a technique. On the bar you can see, but let me show you a smarter way. That instead of manually counting it, you got it right that in this case there is a small table, so we can manually see that amount is appearing in second column. But many a times you might be having 100 columns in a sheet and you have to refer to a column number 65. So how do we get to know about that column number? So basically, in order to resolve that issue, there is another function that we need to learn, and that is called match function. I'm going to talk about this match function in detail in sheet G. I'm going to talk about that not in sheet G but in sheet H. I'm going to be talking about that in this sheet, right? So if you could just park this point for about 20 more minutes, 25 minutes, I'll cover this match function in detail over there. And then at that stage, I'll come back to this sheet and show you how you can use the match function here as well.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah.
Great. All right, let's move to the next sheet and discuss another category of lookup function wherein
Excuse
the
me.
lookup value is not arranged vertically, but the lookup value is arranged horizontally, right? So let's move
Sorry,
to sheet.
before you move,
Yeah,
before you
yeah,
move on,
okay.
I want to find out.
Yeah.
So there are instances where you do VLOOKUP. Um, you get the result in some cells.
Mm-hmm.
However, some will be showing hash any, not because
Mm-hmm.
the results are not, the formula is not correct or that the query ID is not there. It's just, I think it's a problem with the Excel sheet. So when you retype the formula afresh on that cell, it,
Mm-hmm.
it brings out the result. How do you um, resolve those sort of issues when you're working with a large file and you don't have time to type the formula one after the other?
I'm sorry, actually, I couldn't really understand your point that you're saying that instead of writing the formula, how do we get the result? If you could just
No.
repeat
So
your question
you
again, I'm sorry, I missed it.
okay. So you type in the formula and you drag down on a very large, maybe large sheet
Yeah,
of data.
yeah, let's
You
say there
drag
are
down,
100 such records.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
maybe, and you know that all of the query ID you're looking for is included. You just wanted to bring them out in another format. So
Mm-hmm.
you, when you do that, you get maybe 50 of those cells come up with the right answers.
Right.
However, the others are showing hash
Hash
any.
Okay.
So, but if you go back individually on those cells and type the formula all over again, it brings out the right result. What do you
Mm-hmm.
do in that instance to ensure that you don't do the manual work of typing one after the other?
So in this case also, to answer your point, we are not doing any manual work. Whatever formula I've written in the first cell, I would write it in the very beginning because I know that VLOOKUP is going to give me a hash and a error if the lookup value is not going to be found over there, right? So what I would do in the beginning itself, I would write the combination of if error and VLOOKUP, and I would provide an alternate value there itself. And what will happen? I don't have to, worry about the remaining 100 cases. I will simply drag it down because that will automatically take care of it. So I'm not going to, do a hit and trial that I simply write VLOOKUP function, drag it to 100 cells, then later on find out which has got result, which is showing hash NA, and change only the hash NA. I'm going to write this combination of if error and VLOOKUP in the very first cell and drag it to all the 100 cells so that it can automatically take care of all the cases which contain your query ID and also those cases which do not contain it.
No,
So
no,
there's no manual work involved over here.
in my own question, all the cells there should not be any cell with hash any. All the
So you're saying
cells
that
should
all the cells
have,
will have the query ID, proper
yes,
query ID.
have it. However, it comes up with the hash any because for some reason the Excel sheet is just not recognizing the formula you drag down. You have to then type it in individually in those Excel sheets. It
No, but
happens
why
mostly
would that?
for Excel
But
sheets
why?
that are old. I've experienced it a
Okay,
couple of
okay,
times.
okay. I get your point now. So basically, what you're referring to is if there is a huge set of data and you are writing a formula, it gives you hash NA not because the query ID is not found, but because of the difference in the file type. Because you're using
Yes.
an older version of Excel. See, that problem occurs because the older version of file type will have the number of rows restricted to maybe approximately 65,000, right? 65,536 something, right? So if the original table had only these many cells, right, and only 65,000 records, and the new file wherein you are putting the VLOOKUP function has got extra rows, then obviously there is going to be an error. So that kind of error occurs if you are referring to different files. One is 2003 version of Excel and another is 2007 and above, because the number of rows now have been extended to more than a million, right? So that problem will always occur if there is a difference in terms of total number of rows in the file. Like over here, if I show you, the last row is 1 lakh 4,000 10 lakh 48,576, but this 10 lakh is far more than the 65,000 rows that we had in the older version. So the moment you have discrepancy in terms of the number of rows between two files, you are bound to have an error. So it is important in those cases that there is no such discrepancy. Over there, instead of referring to entire column B, I would prefer to refer to a defined cell range. Like over here, if you remember, when I was writing the formula, I had referred to B1 to D25. I would prefer doing that instead of referring to entire column B to D, because that might give me an error if the original table does not include those many rows.
Oh, okay.
Right. So you would need to give a specific range in that case. Like in this example, if I change, instead of giving B to D, I would give B1 to D25 and I would fix it. Right. I would fix it. So this is what I would do in that example. In this case, I deliberately selected the entire column because, I wanted to make sure that the original source, if somebody is going to change, that should automatically be reflected in my resultant table also. But if you are working with different version of Excel, then obviously this would create a problem. So you would need to refer to a fixed cell range over there, like this, right? But one suggestion would be that now, even that after 2000, this problem occurs when you're referring to 2003 version of Excel. Now after 2003, we have got 2007, 2010, 13, then 2016, and now 2019 version is also going to be released very soon. So I wouldn't recommend using 2003 version now. If you ever get a file from somebody else who has worked on 2003 version of Excel or who has saved it with 2003 version, then it's better to save it again with a later version of Excel so that you don't face these kind of an issue, right? And another problem with that is, there are a lot of functions which were not available in 2003 version of Excel. So if you're having 2003 version of Excel and you try to use a simple, let's say, if error function over there, if error is not going to be, applicable in 2003 version because it wasn't available at that point in time. And so is the case with so many other functions. So the simple solution for this would be that whenever you are going to be working with an older version of Excel, please save that file in the later version of Excel.
Okay.
Right.
So I have a quick query. How do you, without typing, how do you insert that $sign?
By pressing the function F4 key.
F14, no?
F4.
Yeah,
F4.
cool. Thanks. Yeah.
And sometimes if this doesn't work, then you need to press function and F4.
Function and F4. Okay, thanks.
Right.
Sorry,
all right,
Sid, before moving on, sorry, Sid. Hello?
Sorry. Yeah, please.
Sid, you're considering here that the ID number is not going to repeat. But what if the ID number is going to repeat in many different cells? So for example, if we have 52 in 2 or 4 cells in the ID column in column B.
Understood. So basically, VLOOKUP function is used to find out the first occurrence of the query ID. So if this query ID, let's say 86, if this is going to appear 4 times or 3 times or 2 times, then VLOOKUP function will look for the first occurrence and get you the result corresponding to that. Like in this case, I've got 86 here and the corresponding value is 77,640. But if I have 86 over here also, then still it will give you the position or the value corresponding to the first occurrence. So if you have multiple IDs, then probably VLOOKUP is not the right way to use. In that case, you might want to add those values or you might want to count those values. Then there are different functions for it, right? If you want to add all of those values, then we have a SUMIFs function. If you want to count those values, there is a COUNTIF function. But if you want to get the value corresponding to it, then VLOOKUP is used, and that gives you the position, or that gives you the value corresponding to the first occurrence only. Right? There is no function in Excel right now which can give you the value corresponding to the second occurrence or a third occurrence. We have only this function, which is VLOOKUP, which can give you the value in front of the first occurrence of the query ID. So even if you have the repeating query IDs here, VLOOKUP is going to just ignore the remaining occurrences. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now let's proceed to sheet F. let's proceed to sheet F. Now, over here, what we're going to discuss is, in the previous example, the lookup value was arranged in a vertical manner in a column. In this case, the lookup value is arranged in a row. So what I want to do is, I've got a table here which contains the expense items like advertisement expense, rent, supply, salary, utility, etc. And in the row, I've got the months like Jan, Feb, March, etc. And over here, I have a month name which is May 2017. So what I want to do is that corresponding to May, what is the total expense? Right? What is the total expense? Now, what am I going to look for? In this example, my lookup value is May 2017, which is a month, and month is arranged in a row, right? So, and because it is month is arranged in a row, it is an example of a horizontal arrangement. And in this case, instead of using a vertical lookup, we are going to use a horizontal lookup. So we'll put an H lookup here. The first parameter is the lookup value, which is May 17, comma. Second is the table array. Again, I'm going to select the entire table. In the previous example, when I was talking about the VLOOKUP, I mentioned one thing, that my lookup value is query ID. So when you select the column, when you select the table, then the first column needs to contain the query ID, right? Over here also, in case of HLOOKUP, the essential requirement is, in this example, the lookup value is May 17, which is the month. So in the selected table, the month needs to appear in the first row, right? It cannot appear in any other row. The first row in the selected table must contain the lookup value. So the table that I've selected over here is this, and over here, the first row contains the month number. All right. Then third is the row index number, meaning which row number contains the result. So the first row contains expense. Second is this, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. So the total expense is required, and the total expense is in row number 7. Now, in the previous example, we were looking for amount. So amount was in the second column. In this case, we are looking for total expenses. So the total expense is in row number 7. In the previous example and in this example also, we are manually counting it, right? We will very soon see an automatic way of getting this particular row number or a column number by using a formula. But for the timing, just let's stick to this. Let's count it manually, which is 7, and put it as 7 out here. And then we are looking for an exact match. So I'll put 0. Right? So I'll put a 0 here to because I'm looking for an exact match. So that gives me the result. That should give me the result as 24,100. That's exactly what we are getting here. Right? So that's exactly what we are getting here. So you can see that the VLOOKUP function and the HLOOKUP function both are similar. The only difference is, in case of VLOOKUP, the data that we are looking for is arranged vertically in a column. But in case of HLOOKUP, the data that we are looking for is arranged horizontally in a row, right? In case of VLOOKUP, the result is on the right hand side. So we give the column index number which contains the result. In case of HLOOKUP, the result is downwards, and we need to give the row number which contains the result, right? Otherwise, both follow the same logic. Fair enough? Now, in these cases, in both of these examples, one point is important, that the column index number in VLOOKUP and the row index number in HLOOKUP need to be properly given, right? In short or in small tables, we can easily figure that out, but in big tables, it would create a problem. So we need to now look for a way to be able to get that position number automatically by using a function. And as I briefly mentioned in the previous example, we can use match function.
Before we move to that, can I just have a query?
Yep.
Here you put May here in C9 and then did the HLOOKUP. What if you pick it up from G1?
That
Why
is
didn't
okay.
you pick it up from G1?
You can do it from G1 as well. But you know why I specifically picked from C9? Because I've applied a drop down here. So the moment I'm going to change it to, let's say, September, it is going to be automatically updated. If I change it to November, it is going to be automatically updated. So there is a drop down here, which I've created here. So by using this drop down list, I was able to, I'm able to do this in an automatic way. But if I had ref to cell G1, then obviously it wouldn't happen automatically.
Okay,
right?
got it. No, but if we have to, let's say, because there, if we have to do a longer thing, let's say for May it's 24,100, for June it is 5,200. I want to do a lot of values, just not May. How will that be? I can pull the
Okay,
data,
so
right?
in that case, what you can do, whatever formula you're writing here. So let's say you have May here, and you want to have June over here, and you need the result corresponding to it. So when you're writing the formula here, make sure that you use the proper referencing. So what will happen? I want to copy and paste this formula on the right hand side. So if I get your question correct, you said that you want it for May, June, and let's say July,
July,
right?
August, yeah,
So maybe
yeah,
whatever. So let's say you want to
yeah,
pick, you have total 12 months, you want to pick it for 3 months over here, whatever three
yeah,
months, right? So
yeah,
what I want to do is whatever formula I have written here, I want to copy and paste it in the right hand side. So I need to make sure that I use proper referencing here. So in this case, this table, which is there in B1 to N7, this table array needs to be fixed. So I'm going to press F4 so that it
yeah,
gets fixed. And now
got it.
when you copy and paste this function over here, it's going to pick it relative to that. So for May, it
Yeah.
is 24,100, June is 25,800, and July is 24,500. So you can do that,
Okay, cool.
right?
Thanks. Yeah.
Great. Now let's take this example again in sheet H. I'll come back to sheet G later. Let's first get back to sheet H. Now, what do we have here? This is exactly the same sheet that we just spoke about. Now, but there is a small variation that we are going to do here. We have got two drop downs. One is for the month number, which is October, and second is the supply, which is showing supply right now. So what happens is if I click on this, it shows me advertising. It also shows me rent, supplies, salaries, utilities, etc. Right? So over here, if I click, there is no drop down. Let us first learn how to create a drop down list. While a couple of you would be aware of this, let me just explain it again. In order to create a drop down list, we need to follow a sequence, and that is typically done by using data validation. Now, why is this called data validation? The term says that we are trying to validate the data. Like over here, if I have to put rent, I will click on this and select rent. But if I try to write something as, let's say I write test and I press enter, then it gives me an error message saying that this value does not match the data validation restriction defined for this cell. So this makes sure that the user who is going to be using this file will not be able to enter a value other than this, right? If the user has to use this cell, that user must enter a value which is there in the drop down. So that's how it's trying to kind of validate the data that you put over here. If I put rent, it is going to accept it, but if I put ABC or something, it's not going to accept that. So that's why it is called a data validation. And in data validation, there are multiple options. We are going to create a list, which means that we are creating a data validation which will allow you to select value from a defined list, right? So over here, if I have to create a drop down, it is showing Jan, Feb, March, and so on and so forth. So let me show you how this is created. Let me show you in this cell. So when you click on this cell, what you need to do is go to data. After that, you would find here something called as a data validation. Click on this and it'll open this kind of pop-up window. Here you would see there is a settings tab and which says the validation criteria. What do you want to allow? Right now, by default, it shows any value because there is no validation. So it allows any value. After that, you would need to click on this and you would find an option called list. So when you click on list, this would mean that you will be able to allow a value from a given list. In the source section, you will have to provide that list. Now I can manually provide the list as, let's say, yes, comma, no. I can do that. If I put yes, comma, no, then in the drop down, I'll be able to see yes and no, right? But if you don't want to manually write it, you want to pick it from a cell range, then you have to select that range like this. So what I've done is I've selected it from C2 to N2. I'm going to drag that range over here and it shows that range, that source range is equal to C2 to N2 and press OK. Now what has happened in the drop down, you're able to see all of those values. right? So that is how you can create a data validation list. So just to repeat the steps, click on the cell wherein the validation needs to be created. Step number 2, go to data, click on data validation. Step number 3, click on allow, provide the reference to list and give the source range. All right, that's how you can create the data validation list. One more point I would like to add here, then we were in the settings tab. So sometimes you might want to give some kind of an input message. So you can give in the input message section and give some title. Let's say I call it SID input messages. Please select the month, something like that. So what's going to happen when you would be in this cell, it would show a comment like this, that please select the month. You would select it. Right? When you are not in this cell, it's not going to show that. So when you go back to this, it shows it again. Right? Another thing is right now, if I put a value, let's say I put 1, 2, 3. Now it shows me an error message saying that the data validation restrictions have been applied, so you cannot enter a value which doesn't match to this. So you have to go back to this data validation again, and there is something called as an error alert. So you saw that when I put some number which does not match, it gives a default message, which is this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. This is a default message of Excel, right? If you want to give a customized message of your choice, then you can give it in the error alert, like title. I want to give a title as wrong input entered, something like this. Error messages, please enter correct value, something like that. Thanks. And what kind of style do you want to follow? Stop, warning. Stop will show this kind of message. Warning will show you this logo. Information will show you this logo, right? I'll click on stop and press OK. And now if I put an alternate value like this, it shows me the title as wrong input entered, which is what I had provided there. And the message is please enter correct value. Thanks. Retry. And you go there and select from the drop down again. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is that this error alert is optional. If you want to give a personalized error message, then write it over here. Otherwise, Excel is automatically going to give you a default message. Input message is the message that you would like to display when that cell is selected, so that you can guide the end user as to what you need to do in that particular cell, right? Fair enough? Now let's proceed. Let's come back to this. Now the question that I was discussing in the previous example was that how do we get the position number of a particular value in a row or a column automatically. So over here we are going to be talking about a new function which is called match function. Now what does the match function do? Match function gives the position number of a value in a row or a column. Match function gives the position number of an item in a particular row or in a particular column. Like if I ask you that right now the month which has been selected out here is October 2017. So what is the position number of October 2017? So that's in this particular row. What is the position number? That is something that we can get by using match function. Similarly, if I need to find out what is the position number of supplies in this particular column, that's something that we can use, we can get by using match function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get two values here, position number of month, I will get here, right? What is that? We will see here. And what is the position number of month and the position number of expense item. So these are the two things that I'm going to find now in this particular table. All right. So we need to find out what is the position number of expense item, which is supplies. And then we need to find out what is the position number of the month in this particular row. That we can do by using match. But here you need to understand one thing, that what is this concept of position number? The concept of position number is basically relative in nature. Now, what I mean by relative, let us understand. If I select this table, starting from advertising, then the position number of advertising is 1, right? If I want to find out the position number of advertising in this selected range, then it is 1. But if I want to find out the position number of advertising in this range, then this is 2, because now the first position is expenses. Similarly, the position number of January in this range is 1, but the position number of January in this range is 2. So position number is relative to starting point. Position number is always relative to starting point. So you need to find out that where you are starting from. If you're going to start for this particular row, if you're going to start from this cell which has expenses written over here, then my first cell is expenses and the second cell is January. So position number of January is going to be number 2. But if I start from here only, then the position number is going to be 1. So you need to make sure that you follow consistency. Now what we can do in order to avoid any confusion, let us start from the very first cell. Like that's what I can suggest, and I also personally do this, that I always start from the very first cell so that there is no confusion at all, right? So if I need to find out the position number of expense, what's that expense? Supplies. I'm going to look for supplies, comma, my lookup array. As I mentioned here, that match function gives you the position number of an item in a particular row or in a particular column. Now, where is this expense written? This expense is written in this column. So I'm going to select this column, which is from B2 to B8. I'm going to look for D10 in B2 to B8, comma, type. Are you looking for an exact match or a less than or a greater than? See, in 99% of the cases, you would always be going for 0, because you would always be looking for an exact match, and the concept of less than and greater than is applicable only when you're working with numeric values and you want to look for an approximate match. So having said that, you would most of the times be going for 0. So match supplies in B2 to B8. This is going to give you the result as 4. This is going to give you the result as 4. So in this range, first is expenses, second is advertising, third is rent, fourth is supplies. And this is dynamic. If I'm going to change this supplies to rent, it's going to change to 3, because now first is expenses, second is advertising, third is rent. If you go back to this and select, let's say, advertising, that is going to show you 2, because first is expense, second is advertising. So this is dynamic now. You don't have to worry about writing it manually. This is calculating this automatically. And similarly, if I have to find it, again for the position number of the month, I'm going to write match. What am I looking for? October 17 in this row, comma, 0. That's 11, which means that I'm looking for October in this range, and that is appearing at the 11th position, because I started with expenses. Expenses is cell number 1, January is cell number 2, February is cell number 3, and so on and so forth. October is going to be cell number 11. So the position number of October is 11. So I've got the position number of both items now. I've got the position number of supplies, which is 4. I've got the position number of October, which is 11. Does this make sense? All right. Now, how do we actually utilize it? How do we use this position number? Why is this relevant to us? Let me show you the practical use of this in this example. So if you recollect, over here, we had used the VLOOKUP function, right? We had written that we were looking for amount, and there was a valid question from one of the participants that we have selected the table, which is B to D. So it's a small table. We are manually able to see that amount is in second column. But how do I compute that number 2 automatically? So in this case, if I show you, if I had used the match function here and I had matched for amount in this range, comma 0, then it would give me number 2 automatically. Because in this range, if I'm looking for amount, then the first is ID, the second is amount, and match function gives that number 2 automatically. So imagine a situation that instead of 3 columns here, you had 300 columns, so you don't need to worry about the column number. Match function will automatically figure out that in the selected row, what is the position number of the value that you're looking for. Like in this case, I was looking for amount. It'll automatically figure out the position number of amount in that selected range. What you need to ensure is a simple thing, that when you used VLOOKUP, you selected B to D. So when you're going to use match, please start from column B. That's the only thing that you need to ensure. Like over here, you would have seen that I used match G1, which is amount, in B1 to D1. So you need to start from column B because the position is relative. If you start from serial number, then the position of amount will be 3, and that will be wrong, right? Because in case of VLOOKUP, you started with B. So in case of match also, you need to start from B. So you need to start from the same starting position so that the position number is right? Other than that, you don't need to worry about anything. Match will automatically give you that number, which you can feed into the VLOOKUP function. So what you can do is, once you have used this match function here, you can feed that over here. Instead of writing 2 as a hard-coded value, you can use a match function here to be able to get that value. All right. So that's the practical use of the match function to get the position number. Now let's come back to sheet H and see how we can use the match function over here. But before I proceed, do you have any questions on the match function until now? And I see one of the participants has got a question around the data validation. Yeah, please go on with your questions. Oh, you got it. Great. Any other question?
So can we use the match function inside the VLOOKUP, or we need to first do it separately and then put the number?
Definitely you can put it inside. So what you would do, wherever this number 2 is written, I would write match function there. So I would write match amount. Make sure that you use the relative or the absolute referencing properly. So I would fix this G1 because I have to copy and paste it down, comma, B1 to D1, fix it, comma 0, and close it.
Okay.
You can put that match function here. Instead of writing 2, you can put it like this. And this can be pasted down.
Yeah, thanks.
Right. All right, now let's come back to this. We have found the position number of expense and position number of month. How do we use this in this example? So before I proceed with this, there's a question that I need to explain this match function again. So basically, match function is giving us the position number of an item in a particular row or a particular column. Like in this case, I had the month number. So I had October 17. So in this range, October 17 is the position number of that is 11. And over here in this column, the position number of supplies is 5. So imagine a situation that you are having multiple rows and multiple columns. So this match function can give you the position number of those items automatically. So you don't have to worry about figuring that out on your own. Right? So in case of a bigger table which runs into multiple columns, let's say you've got 50 columns, you've got 1000 rows, you do not have to worry about finding out the position number of an item manually. You can use match function to find out that position automatically. Right? But how is this relevant? Why do we need to use this position and where do we use it? Now in this example, I want to do a two-way lookup. Now what I mean by two-way lookup is I need to go to month which is October 17, and I need supplies. So there are two items that I'm looking for. I'm not just looking for the expense, or I'm not just looking for a particular month. I'm looking for both items at the same time. So what it means is that I need to look for October, which is this, and I need to look for supplies, which is this. So I need to look for October, I need to look for supplies. What is that? The answer should be 1300, because for October 2017, the supplies expense is 1300. So we're looking for these two items. So basically, if you see here, I have highlighted the October column. I've also highlighted the supplies row. I'm looking for the value at the intersection of these two. Right? So when you need to do or get a value at the intersection of a row number and a column number, then we use a function called index. So index function is used to get the value at the intersection of a row number and a column number. So index function is basically used when you have to get the value at the intersection of a row number and a column number. Like in this case, if I just highlight this and I highlight the supplies row, then the value at the intersection is 1300. Now this is simply the supplies expense for October 17. So what I'm going to do is that in this table, I want to go to row number 4 and column number 11 and get the value at the intersection. That is why I had computed the position number initially. So I use the match function to get those position numbers because row number is the position number of supply and column number is the position number of month. So this is going to act as my row number. This is going to act as my column number. So the value at the intersection would be found by using index function. So you use index, first of all, provide an array. Array is simply the table. Select the entire table, then comma, give the row number is 4, comma, give the column number, which is 11. Now how you would read it, that in this table B2 to N8, go to row number 4, column number 11 and get the value at the intersection, which is 1300. That is 1300. And this is 100% dynamic. Why? Because if you are going to change this applies to, let's say, advertising, it is going to change to 4600. Let's say you change it to utilities or you change it to salaries. Salary is 16,000. And if you want to change the month to say December, so salaries for December is 16,500. So this is fully dynamic. Whatever changes you do over here, this is going to be reflected in the end result. So this is fully dynamic. Why? Because it is doing a simple task that in this table B2 to N8, it is finding out that which row number you need to go to and which column number you need to go to. And then at the intersection of that, it gives you the result. All right. So I'll take a pause here now for any questions that you have on the index and match. But let me tell you one thing, that index and match combination is one of the most powerful combination that we have in Excel because you would be using it quite often. In this case, you don't need to worry about whether the data is vertically arranged or the data is horizontally arranged, right? And whether you're looking for a single value or a double value, it can do all of that in one go, right? So whenever you use index, so index is giving you the result, but whenever you use index, you would always need to give the row number and column number. And because you don't want to give that manually, you would end up using the match function along with it. So you would see that index and match are usually used in combo. So we typically have an index and match combo. So these two functions are used together, right? Because match will give you the position number, which will act as a row number and a column number, which will be fed into the index function. All right. Now, questions.
So instead of finding the match number separately, is it possible to include it inside one formula?
Definitely, we can do that. Here, the purpose was to explain that what is the result of match. That is why I had deliberately written in two different cells. So instead of calling D14 and D15, you could have simply put the match function here and the second match function here instead of D15. So we can write an embedded function which starts with index B2 to N8 and then write the first match, comma, write the second match. We can do that. There's one more question that can we not do it by using a named range? Yes, we can definitely do that. So I'm going to discuss the concept of using names in the cells in a different class in the advanced Excel section, right? So we'll be talking about it in the subsequent classes. Any other question?
Excuse me, there is other functions for lookup like indirect and something like that, and some other lookup. I want to know how to use the direct one, the right one. Which one is the right function for me? How to know that?
See, basically, in this example, we have used index function. Instead of using index function, I could have done the same task by using HLOOKUP or a VLOOKUP also. So Excel has got multiple functions. We can use any function in any situation depending on what kind of result we are looking for. Like in this example, if I had to use, instead of index, I could have used VLOOKUP also. How? I can show that to you. But the bottom line is that so long as you are convinced that this function can resolve the situation, we are okay with that. Excel has given multiple functions to us to resolve a single situation. So we can, some functions will fit into some situations, some functions will not fit into those situations, right? And in some cases, like this example, we can use both of the functions, right? So depending on the situation, you can figure out whether to use a function or not. Like in this example, as I just said, that instead of using index, I could have used a VLOOKUP function. So how could I use a VLOOKUP function here? I would write this, that VLOOKUP for supplies in this table, right? And which column number do I need to go? Column number 11, comma 0. That also gives you 1300. So you can see that instead of using index and match, I have used VLOOKUP function here to get the same result. Similarly, I could have used HLOOKUP also here. I can use HLOOKUP to say that look for October 17 in this table, and which row number do I need to go? Row number 4, comma 0. That also gives me 1300. So in the same example, I'm able to get that result by using VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and index and match. And all of these are dynamic. So if I change this October to, let's say, August or July, then July is also 1300. Let me change it to August. August is 1200. So it appears as 1200 in all three cells. Let's say I change this apply to advertising. That is 4200. 4200 appears in all the cells. So in this example itself, you have seen that we can use index match, we can use VLOOKUP and match, we can use HLOOKUP and match. It just depends on which function you want to use. Like in this example, all three can be used. In a couple of cases, there could be a possibility that I can't use VLOOKUP. There could be a possibility that I can't use HLOOKUP. Then I would only use index and match. All right. So we need to figure out the situation and then decide accordingly. Yeah, Osama replied this. We can learn this by practice and experience. That's a perfect bang on answer. So by looking at the situations, once you start using it, you'll automatically figure that out. Let me take one more example. So let's get back to the sheet E. Over here, we used VLOOKUP function, right? Why? Because we had query IDs here. Let us say somebody says that I give you a table which contains the list of phone numbers, and then you need to tell me the amount, right? So instead of query ID, if you have phone numbers listed out over here and you need to get the amount corresponding to it, you cannot use VLOOKUP. Why? Because the VLOOKUP function requires that you start from the first column which contains the query ID or which contains the lookup value, and then you go on the right hand side to see the result. VLOOKUP cannot go to the left hand side to look for result. In this case, VLOOKUP would fail, right? If I have got the phone number here, I need to look for phone number and then get the amount. VLOOKUP cannot be used. A quick fix or a rudimentary way of doing that would be that I copy column C and I paste it over here so that the amount is on the right side of the phone number. But that's not suggested because that's a manual fix. So what do you do in that case? You can't use VLOOKUP. So in that case, use index and match. Right? Index and match, the best part is it does not require you to look at the layout of the table. No matter how the table is arranged, it doesn't really matter where the lookup value is and where the result is. You simply figure out the row number and the column number, and then at the intersection it gives you the result, right? So I would personally recommend that once you master the usage of index and match, then that is the best function. instead of using VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, I would always prefer to use index and match combination. So here I've shown you that I can use all three functions: index match, VLOOKUP match, HLOOKUP match. But I would still recommend using index and match combination because that's a robust function. It doesn't require you to see where is the data, because in VLOOKUP there was a restriction that the first column needs to contain lookup value. In HLOOKUP there is a restriction that first row needs to contain the lookup value. But in case of index, I did not specify any such precondition. Index has no condition at all. It simply says select the table, give the row number, give the column number, and get the result. That's it. That is why from a practical perspective, index and match is the best. Right? Now, which one to use? Obviously, you will figure out by looking at the data and then deciding accordingly.
How would you do the match and index in that sheet? F, if you can quickly show before we try.
In last sheet, which is sheet.
Yes.
Over here. Okay,
yes.
So in this example, if I had to use the index and match function, then I would have done this.
Like with the phone number.
It would be slightly lengthy, but let me show that to you.
So considering that for the phone number, we need to pick the amounts. Yeah.
Right. Let me just pick exactly the same thing, because phone NO dot and phone number are different, because when you use match it wouldn't work. So you need to make sure that it is exactly the same. And let me pick any three phone numbers. Let me pick this and this. And here I would put something else which is not there, right? Now, how do you use that? I would use index. The array is this table, right? If you want, you can select the entire table, entire column like A to T, comma, match. The second place of index is the row number, right? So which row number do you need to go? That is dependent on the position number of phone number. So I would find out the position number of this particular phone number in this column, put a column, comma 0, comma, which column number do I need to go? That I would figure out by looking at amount, because my result is in column number 3. So I'm going to put search for amount in A to T, comma 0, and close the bracket. So first is this phone number, the amount is 31180, 31180. The second phone number was 374, I think here. The amount is 34199, amount is 34199. And this is something which is not found, so it's showing #NA. And as I said earlier, you can just put it in if error and put it as not found, and then drag it here. So to summarize what I've done here, is I have used index and match together. So index, the syntax is first you give the table range, right? Then you give the row number, and then you give column number. So the table range was entire column A to D. The row number is basically the row number which contains that phone number. So in this case, the row number is 3 because that's where the phone number is. But I don't want to count it manually. So what I did, I used a match function to find out this phone number in column D. That gives me the row number of the result. And then where is my result? What am I looking for? I'm looking for amount. So amount is in third column. So how do I find third column? That will be the match amount in that particular row. So amount, the first is serial number, second is ID, third is amount. So that gives you amount. So the second match gives you 3. So a combination of row number and the column number gives the value at the intersection, which is 31180. And when it is not found, if error gives you the not found.
Okay.
So
this example, you can see that I could not have used, in this example, you can see that I could not have used a normal VLOOKUP function because the VLOOKUP function cannot look backwards on the left-hand side, right? And index and match doesn't have that limitation at all. That's why I said in the beginning that, this is the best combination. If you know the usage of VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and index and match, always go for index and match. Index and match will be slightly lengthy in terms of writing the formula in a cell, but once you understand the logic by practice, you would see that this is the best function.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed.
Sorry, can you put your cursor on the first amount? Yes.
Yep.
So I noticed that in the second match, you have used an absolute referencing. Any particular reason why?
Yes. So because in the second match, what am I looking for? I'm looking for G30, which is amount. The reason for that is when I copy this formula down, this G30 should remain G30. And when I copy it down, again this G30 should remain G30. I do not want this to shift downwards because I'm looking for the term amount, whether it is for first phone number, second phone number, or third phone number. That is why it is fixed. I don't want to change this row number when I copy and paste my formula down. However, in this match, if you see the first match, I have referred to F31 and I want this F31 to shift to F32 and F33 when I copy down. So that's why F31 has not been fixed. This changes to F32 and then it changes to F33. It is changing and this is what I wanted. But for the second match, I was referring to G30, which needs to remain constant. That is why, the first table that I discussed, it might look very simple on the face of it, but this discusses a very important concept of Excel, that you need to follow the dollar sign properly because a single dollar sign can actually save a lot of your time. Like over here itself, you have seen it again, that this dollar sign in front of G30 ensured that you are able to copy and paste it in the subsequent rows. If you had not used this dollar sign, then you would again be rewriting that formula. So just in case, imagine that you have got 20 phone numbers, then you would be writing 20 such formulae. You can easily avoid that by putting a dollar sign.
Okay.
All right. Let's proceed if there are no further questions. Okay, let's go to sheet G. I think we left sheet G in between. Now, in this sheet, we are going to be talking about a function which is sum product. Right? I'm sure a couple of you would have already used the sum product function before. The word sum product indicates that there are two functions that we are going to use together. So in simple terms, this is the sum of product of two or more ranges. So it is the sum of product of two or more ranges. So what it is going to do, it is going to take sum of range number 1, sum of range number 1 multiply by range number 2 multiply by range number 3 multiply by so on and so forth. So effectively, if you read it, it is taking the multiplication of multiple ranges like range 1, range 2, range 3. It will multiply all of those ranges and then at the end, whatever would be the result, it is going to add it. Right? Believe me that this is one of the most powerful functions that we have in Excel. Apart from the index and match, which is used for lookup, sum product is very powerful function. In today's class, we are going to discuss just the basics of sum product. In the advanced Excel class, we'll pick this function again and take advanced usage of it, and we would see that how it can be used to check for conditions, how it can be used for adding or doing a conditional summation. All of that stuff we will see in the advanced Excel class. But today, I just want to show you the basic usage of this, that how do you use the sum product for multiplying two or more ranges and getting the sum of it. Like in this table, you can see there are 4 employees, employee A, B, C, D. There are 4 workers who have worked. The first worker worked for 21 days, second one worked for 23 days, then 19 days, 15 days. The daily wage is given over here in column C. So what I've done here is that there is one more column, which is the total wage that I have got by multiplying the column B and column C. So if you multiply these two, that gives you the total wage to be given to the employee A, which is 21 days multiplied by 200 per day, that gives you 4200. Second is 23 into 400, which is 9200, and so on, so forth. Right? Now, over here, if I need to find out the total wage expense of the company, what would that be? If I need to find out the total wage expense of the company, what is that? That is simply the summation of these four cells, right? If I put a summation here, then that gives me the total wage expense of the company, right? Which is 28,650. But the question is, let us assume that this column is not present. Let us assume this column is not present at all. Let me delete this, right? And I ask you that what is the total wage expense of the company? You need to put that here. So in order to get the total wage expense of the company, what you will do, you will take this, multiply by this, and get the result here, which is 4200. Then multiply 23 by 400, get the result. This into this, get third result. This into this, get the fourth result, and then take the summation of those product values, right? So the total wage expense requires you to add an extra column over here, wherein you would be putting the multiplication, and then you would be taking the result, which is the sum of that multiplication. So the sum product is a classic example or a usage out here, wherein you can simply use that sum product, provide range number 1, multiply by range number 2. So you can simply give range number 1, which is B4 to B7, put a multiplication sign, and then give C4 to C7 and close the bracket. So what this is going to do, this is going to give you the formula straight away. The result will be given to you straight away, which is 28,650. And this is what exactly what we had got if I was multiplying it individually. If I multiply this individually and take the summation, that also gives me 28,650. Right? But it doesn't require you to add an extra column to be able to compute that wage expense individually for the employees and then do the summation. Right? You can simply put that in the sum product. Sum product will pick B4 multiplied with C4, then B5 into C5, B6 into C6, B7 into C7. A new array or a range would be created in the Excel sheet in the backend, and that range would be added to give you the summation out here. That is why it is called sum of the product of multiple ranges. So this is sum of the product of multiple ranges out here. Right? So in this example, one point you need to remember that you can pick multiple ranges for multiplication, but the ranges that you pick, whether it is range number 1 or range number 2 or range number 3 or whatever number of ranges you pick, all those ranges need to be of the consistent size. When I say consistent size, the range number 1 in this case has got 4 cells. So range number 2 must also contain 4 cells. Range number 3, just in case you pick, that should also contain 4 cells. You cannot pick 3 cells in one range and 4 cells in another range. That wouldn't work, right? In this example, just in case, instead of taking this, I take 4 cells in the first range, which is B4 to B7, and then I take C4 to C6. It's going to give me an error, because it wouldn't find the fourth value in the second range, so it's going to give you an error. So you must make sure that the number of cells that you pick in both the ranges need to be consistent. So if it is 4 in one range, it has to be 4 in the other ranges as well. That's the only prerequisite in this. Other than that, there is no requirement to worry about. Right? So this is a basic example which explains how sum product function works. How we can use it for advanced usage, we will figure that out later. All right, questions?
Then what about division? This was about multiplication. Do you have anything for division?
Okay, so you want to pick some number, divide by another number, and then take it?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can give me an example, practical example, and then I show you the usage of it.
Okay, so we have, let's say the total wages earned. I have the number of workers. So I have 10,000 dirhams or whatever. I have 50 workers and I need to know how much is each worker getting. And I need the total of the individual wages.
Okay, so if I get you right, you are saying that I've got the total wage column. This is given to us, and
We have the
you have
number
the
of
total number of days
days.
worked.
Yeah.
You have the total days
Or
worked. So you
number of
have got column
labor.
B.
Yeah.
So you've
Yeah.
got column B given to you. We have got column D given to you. You want to find out the daily wage.
Yeah, daily wage and then the total of the daily wage.
Okay, let me take a better example. So maybe the total
Yeah.
of daily wage wouldn't make sense practically. So let me take
Yeah.
another example. Say we are talking about an individual who's purchasing a stock, right?
Yeah.
And he's purchasing the same stock. Let's say he's purchasing the share of Apple, and these are the transactions relating to shares purchased of Apple, right? So we have the total amount spent here. So first of all, and the price at which the individual purchased. So first of all, he invested $10,000, right, and bought the shares at $100 per share, right? Then he spent $20,000 and got the shares at 80 each. Then say he spent $25,000 and got it at 125. And say then he purchased 50,000 and got the shares at 120. Maybe just round for the purpose of rounding off. Let me do this. Now, what this individual has done, he has done 4 transactions for purchasing the shares of Apple, right?
And we
What he
want to
has
know
done is
number of
first time,
shares. Yes.
and I want the total number of shares that he's holding as of today. So
Correct.
if I manually compute it, then the quantity would be that the first time he'll be able to, take the total amount spent divided by 100. He purchased 100 shares, then he purchased 250 shares, then purchased 200 shares, and then purchased 400 shares. So in total, he has purchased 950 shares. Now the question is that how do we get this 950 in one go rather than adding an additional column on quantity? So over there, what you're saying is you need the sum product of this amount divided by this price, right? You want this instead of multiplication, you need division,
Okay.
right?
Fine.
That gives you the
Done.
results.
Yeah.
So instead of putting a multiplication, you can get this by putting a
Division.
division over here.
Cool.
So that
Thanks.
can save your time in terms of adding a new column and getting it done. So do not just go with the term product here, right?
Yeah.
Some product has multiple usages. So
Okay.
over here I can show you one more example. Say I have got 10, 20, 30. I need to add these three. What do you typically do? You write sum and then you take the
Yeah.
summation, right? The sum is
Yeah.
60. Instead of writing sum, I can also write sum product. That is also going to give me 60. But the question would be, why would I use sum product for doing a summation? See, the thing is that sum product gives us that flexibility that you can take multiple ranges. And when I say multiple ranges, that includes a single range also. So if there is only range number 1, there is no other range, then there is nothing to multiply. So if there is nothing to multiply, then the same range is added. That's the smallest range that you can give in a sum product. Then on the top of it, as many number of ranges you keep on adding, you can keep on applying the operations to it. So sometimes, what you might want to do, you want to find out the difference between range number 1 and range number 2 and then take the summation, right? Let me show you that example. Sometimes those who do the statistical computation, they might want to find out the summation of the differences. So I've got, let's say, range number 1, I've got range number 2, right? And the range number 1 includes these values, right? And range number 2 has got maybe 90, 130, 160, and 140. What I want to do is I want to find out the sum of the differences of range 1 and range 2, right? The question is I need the sum of the differences of range 1 and range 2. Now you might say that I would need range 1 minus range 2 and find out the sum of the difference. So what you would do, you would individually, if you were to do, you would do it like this: range 1 minus range 2, right? And then do the summation. That gives the result as 10. You can do that by using sum product, wherein you would put range number 1 minus range number 2. It will individually take the cells one by one and compute that result like this.
Yeah.
Let's say,
Cool.
let's take another example. So in this example, it is taking the summation, which is the normal summation. So sometimes, what might happen, those who are doing some statistical computation, they would say that I want the sum of the absolute deviation, meaning whether it is 10 or minus 10, I'm going to take it as 10. So they're talking about considering this is 10, the second one also needs to be taken as 10, the third one is also 10, and this is 20, meaning a negative sign has to be ignored, which technically is called, you're going to take the absolute value, right? An absolute value in Excel can be found by using ABS function. So ABS function can be used to ignore negative signs. So what you
Yes.
would do, if you were to, use ABS function here, then what will happen? It will give you 10, 10, 10, and 20. And the summation is 50. The same thing you can do in sum product as well, that simply put ABS in front of this. So what we are saying over here, that take the take the summation of the absolute differences of A's 26 to A29 range minus B26 to B29 range, and that gives you 50. So the usage of sum product is not just restricted to multiplication. You can use it for summation, you can use it for difference, you can use it for division, right? Over here you've seen that how we use it for division. Here you saw that how we use it for subtraction. Now this
Yeah.
function, this particular example I've explained specifically because in financial model, I personally use this function quite often, because
Yeah.
many a times in the balance sheet, I mean, it's a little too early for me to bring that point, but just to give you a broad idea, in the balance sheet there is a quick check that we put, and that is the total assets should be equal to total liabilities and equity. So we compute assets minus liabilities and equity. If the difference is 0, then we are okay, right? So what we do, we find out those differences for multiple years, and then we figure out if the sum of all of those differences is 0, then my balance sheet is tying up. If any one of those cells is not 0, then there is a problem. So over there we can use this formula. That sum product ABS, the range containing all the assets for all the years minus the range containing the total of liabilities and equity for all the year. That can tell you whether this value is 0 or not. If this is 0, then the balance sheet ties up. If this is not 0, then the balance sheet is not tying up.
Cool. Got
Right?
it. Thanks. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions on this? All right, let's proceed further. Let's go to the right hand side. We have got some company names written over here, like IBM, Microsoft, Apple, Bosch, Accenture. So these names have been mentioned here. Now, what do we need to do here? I'm going to talk about a new concept in Excel, which is called wildcard characters. Wildcard characters. Now, what do we mean by wildcard? If you look at this term and we go by the literal meaning of wildcard, this indicates something which is unknown to us, something which we do not know, right? So if I tell you something that there is a name which starts with A and ends with E, then which name is that? In this list we have got two names. One is Apple and second is Accenture. Both fulfill this condition. So if I simply tell you that I'm looking for a company name which starts with A and ends with E, then there are two companies in this list, right? Because here I'm not telling you what is going to be the length of the company name. I'm not telling you what is the length of the company name. But if I tell you that I'm looking for a company name which starts with E and ends with E and has 3 characters in between, then there is only one company, which is Apple. Right? Now, what is the difference between these two? in this example, I was just telling that the starting value is A, the ending value is E. In between, there can be any number of characters, any number of characters. But in this case, I'm saying that the total number of characters would be 5 because the first is A, the last is E, in between there are 3 more. So the total number of characters should be 5. So these are the two cases in wildcard character. So wildcard character means when you know a couple of characters but you do not know the complete set of characters included. Like if I put my name here as Sid, or if I put Mr. Sid, or I put Sid ABC. Now in these cases, the term Sid is appearing, right? Or let me put it this way, Mr. Sid ABC. So in all of these cases, the term Sid is appearing. So if I say that I am looking for the term which contains, or I'm looking for the cells which contains the word SID, then all of these cells fulfill this condition, right? Because this has got SID, this has got SID, this has got SID, this also has got SID, right? So under wildcard characters, we have got two characters. One is a star and second is a question mark. A question mark indicates one character and a star indicates any number of character. And any, the term any includes 0. Now this is important. Any includes 0. So if I say that there is a name of a company which starts with A and ends with E, this would also include a name which is AE. So this name starts with A, ends with E. In between there is nothing, but the conditions which were specified have been fulfilled. The first condition was the starting should be with A. The second condition was the ending should be with E, and both the conditions have been fulfilled. So in this case, when you do not want to specify any number of character in between, when you do not want to specify a fixed number of characters, then you would go with star. So I would call it as A star E. So A star E, Apple fulfills this condition, Accenture fulfills this condition, the term AE also fulfills this condition. But if you put A question mark question mark question mark E, then only Apple will fulfill this condition, because this means that it starts with A, then there are 3 characters, because one question mark is equal to 1 character, then there are 3 characters, then the answer should be E. But this would satisfy this A, B, C, D, E also, because this also starts with A, ends with E, and in between there are 3 characters. So this also fulfills that condition. All right. Now, if I were to put a condition here, how do I use wildcard character in this example, that the name should contain SID? So for that, I would write star SID star. How is this fulfilling this condition? It means that I need to have SID in the name. Before S, there can be any number of characters, and any, remember, includes 0. So before S, any number of characters. So in this case, before S, there is 0 character, but that's okay. After D, there can be any number of characters. So there are 0 characters. So this fulfills the condition. Mr. Sid, MR dot space, there are 4 characters. So the first star is having 4 characters, then SID, and then 0 character. Sid space ABC, the first star is having 0 character, the second star is having a space ABC, which means 4 characters. In this case, there are 4 characters in the beginning, 4 characters at the end, and in between we have got Sid. So all of these names are fulfilling this condition, which is star Sid star. So the question is that which wildcard character to use? When you are pretty sure about the number of characters, then you use question mark. When you are not sure about the number of characters, you just want to make sure that a given number of characters should be present, and before or after that anything can appear, then use a star, right? But then the question is that why would I use it, or when would I use it, right? You can use it in any example. You can use it in any function, right? Let's say I'm looking for a name of the company which contains Apple. Now sometimes what might happen, that Apple, if you have a list of, if you have a table, and that sometimes may contain Apple, somewhere else it may include Apple Inc, somewhere else it may show Messrs Apple, somewhere else it might show Messrs Apple Inc. All of these companies indicate Apple, right? So if you need to count how many times this Apple is appearing, then you can use the wildcard character over here. Now, how would I use that? In this example, if I've written Apple, Apple Inc, Mrs. Apple, Mrs. Apple Inc, and I need to count the total number of times Apple is appearing. Let me put a few more names here. Let's say I put IBM, I put Microsoft, and that's it. And now I need the total count of Apple. So in this case, I need the total count of Apple. That is nothing but a conditional summation. And a conditional summation can be done in Excel by using a count if function. So we can use a count if function to count values based on a condition. So if you have to check for a condition and then do a count, which is basically a conditional count, then you can use COUNTIF. So I would write equal to COUNTIF gives this range, comma, my criteria is star, apple, star, and that gives me 4. That gives me 4. So what am I doing here? I'm counting the cells in this range N11 to N16. I'm counting how many times Apple is appearing. So be it Apple or Apple Inc, I don't mind. I would take both of them as same. So I have put star Apple star, so that before Apple there can be any number of characters, after Apple there can be any number of characters, but I just need to make sure that the term should contain Apple, right? But if I had simply written Apple instead of Apple star star Apple star, if I had simply written Apple, then I would have got only one, because there is only one name which contains Apple or which is equal to Apple. But if I need something which contains Apple, meaning starting with something, ending with something, I don't mind, but in between there should be these terms like APPLE, then I would use the wildcard character over there. So that's the practical usage of wildcard character. All right. Now let's come back to this example. So in this example, let me show you, if I need to find out what is the position number of the company which starts with A and ends with E, then that will be position number can be found by using match. So say I need to find out A star E. Now what's going to happen in this list, you're finding out the name of the company which starts with A, ends with E, and put a 0. That should be 3. Now an interesting part about this is that A star E, I had mentioned it earlier also, A star E, this condition would be fulfilled by both Apple and Accenture, but the lookup functions like match is a lookup function, match is looking for A star E. The lookup functions look for the first occurrence. The moment it finds Apple, it's going to stop over there. It's not going to proceed further, right? Because it's going to look for A star E, and when it finds Apple, it will be number 3, and it gives you the answer as 3, right? But just in case this was not Apple, this was, let's say, Apples, then it straight away takes you to 5, because A star E is being fulfilled by only this particular company. It's not being fulfilled by Apples. But if you have both, then it gives you the position number of the first occurrence. So that's how you can utilize or use the wildcard character. Now in this example, let me show you how do you use the question mark. Say I want to look for a company's position which starts with I, ends with M, and has got 3 characters. So I'm basically saying I question mark M. So that is nothing but IBM. That should be number 1. So I'm looking for I question mark M. Now I question mark M is the 3-digit or 3 character word which starts with I, ends with M, and in between has got one more character, and that position number is 1. So if you compare rather this example wherein I'm using a match with this example wherein I used COUNTIF, so you would have figured out that there is no restriction in terms of the usage of wildcard character. You can use a wildcard character in COUNTIF, you can use it in match, you can use it in some product, you can use it anywhere. There is no such restriction on this. It's just that when you are using it, you see that you know a couple of characters, but you don't know all the characters. Then you would go ahead and use a star or a question mark accordingly. Right? So I'll take a pause here for you to digest this information and then ask any questions.
So what is this Microsoft One? It means there is one match. There is one.
No. It's not Microsoft One. So this is just a list, and these
Yeah,
are
that
two
I got
questions.
it.
Question number one is that what is the position number of A star E in this list, and this
Okay.
question is what is the position number of I question mark M in this list. So this has got nothing to do with IBM or Microsoft. So you can just
No,
put it anywhere.
so
So it's
position
not.
is
It
two,
should not
right?
be read as Microsoft. No. Don't read it as Microsoft One. This one is not for Microsoft. This is an independent list containing 5 companies.
Got
The
it. Got it.
question
Got it.
here is that
Yeah.
what is the position number of I question mark M in this list? So
Yeah.
in this list, the position of I question mark M is 1.
One. Got it. Got it. Thanks.
Hi, Sid. Could you go over the first question? How do you get 3? What is it matching? So how does it come up with 3?
This is matching A star E. So this is looking for a company name which is starting with A and ending with E. So it finds a name which is Apple. So the moment it finds a match in this list, because the list is I3 to I7. So in this list, it finds a company name which is Apple, which is starting with A and
It's
ending
telling
with
you
E.
the order. I'm thinking, okay, why isn't it giving me 2? Because I'm thinking Apple and Accenture. But it's telling you the
No.
order. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Match. So remember this function. Match function gives you the position number of an item in a column or a row. So in this column, what is the position number of Apple? That is number
Got
3.
you. Okay. Yep.
If you need the total count of companies which start with A and end with E, then I would use COUNTIF. I would write COUNTIF this, comma, A star E. Now this is going to give me a count of the companies which are starting with A, ending with E, and that will be 2. Because there are 2 companies which start with A and end with E.
Clear as mud. Gotcha.
Got it?
Yep.
Great. Any other question?
So it doesn't seem like this formula will be used very often. Are there practical instances where this will be very useful?
Okay. So one such case I've shown you this. So many a times, what happens is we have a list wherein we have written the name of a vendor or name of a person or a company with whom we are dealing, and we need to do a summation of that. So, or maybe we need to do a count of that, how many transactions we have done with him. Then probably I would use it there, right? So if I have let's say Apple is my vendor, and sometimes I raise the invoice in the name of Apple, sometimes I've raised it in the name of Apple Inc, sometimes I raised it in this name, and I've got the invoice value here. I want to do a summation. So in that case, I would use SUMIF and I would refer to a condition which is star Apple star. So that is one practical case wherein I would be able to use it. All right. Any other question? Otherwise, we are left with just one sheet and for the day. Great. Let's move on then. So we have got 2 sheets, in fact, I and J, but both the sheets are same. So in sheet I, we have got the data only for year number 2017, and we had in sheet J, we have got the data for multiple years like 2015, 16, 17. So let's just use this, and we are going to be creating a pivot table by using this, right? That's the last thing for the day. We'll be using this raw data for creating a pivot table. Now what we have over here is we have got multiple columns in this sheet. So we have got year number, country, training name, enrollments, and sales. So let's say this indicates the sales data of preparation info, wherein the first column contains the year number, second column contains the country name wherein the training was conducted. The third column indicates the name of the training. Fourth column indicates the total number of enrollments, and the column E contains the sales data or the revenue data of the company. Now, what I want to do is that if you look at this, there is a huge chunk of data over here. So running into multiple rows, right? We have got the data up to row number 217. So I've got multiple records of data. So what I want to do is I want to summarize it. I want to summarize this data. And in order to summarize this data, what I can do, I can either create a table and write the formula to do that summarization, or I can take help of pivot table. Now writing the formula obviously is a choice which I can make, but the formula would need to be written manually and there would be a limitation in terms of the flexibility with it, because we can't, once we write the formula, we can't change it too much, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this raw data to create a pivot table to be able to summarize this in a proper way. Now, how do you want to do the summarization is something that you would need to visualize on your own. So I can create a table which shows me 2015, 16, 17 over here, and then here I have a list of training names, and then I get the total sales figure. I can do that summarization. Or if I want to view the sales by country, I can put the country name here and the year number can be put over here. So how you want to visualize the data is something that you would need to decide, right? But how you create the pivot table is something that I would discuss over here. Okay, so a prerequisite of a pivot table is that there must be column headings in place. Like in this case, we have got column headings like year, country, training name, enrollment, sales. We have got the column headings. I cannot just, leave a column blank. So if this nothing is written in A1, then you can't create a pivot table. That's a prerequisite in Excel, that in order to create a pivot table, you must have the column header. You cannot leave it blank, right? Now I've mentioned year over here. So how do you create the pivot table? Depending on the version of Excel that you are using, it might be slightly different, but what you need to do is select the entire range. So starting from cell A1, select the entire range up to the last cell, which is 217. So I'm going to select the entire table starting from A1 up to E217. Select the entire table, right? Once you have done that, after this, you would need to insert the pivot table. So go to insert tab at the top, then click on pivot table. You can click on pivot table and it opens this kind of pop-up message which says select a table or a range, and the range I've already selected, so it gets populated over here. And then it would ask you that choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. Do you want to place it in the new worksheet or an existing worksheet? So if you want to place it in a new worksheet, then Excel is going to automatically insert a blank worksheet over here and then insert the pivot table there. But if you click on existing worksheet, then it would ask you that where is the location, with which cell do you want to, include that pivot table, right? So if I put the location and I say that I want to include a pivot table in this cell, which means that starting from K6, the pivot table would be inserted, right? Personally, I would recommend that always select new worksheet so that you can insert a pivot table in a blank worksheet altogether, and because that acts as a summary sheet for you. So when you are having some discussion with somebody else, you can just use that summary sheet for your discussion sake rather than showing a detailed raw data as well at the same time, right? So let's click on new worksheet and press OK. And that inserts a blank worksheet over there. Like a blank worksheet has been created here, right? Now, over here, I've got the pivot table fields like year, country, training name, enrollment, and sales. So how you would like to visualize this table will be decided by you at this stage. Like if I need to show the year number 2015, 16, 17 over here, then I would click on year. Do not click on the checkbox. Just click somewhere on the right hand side and click on this and drag it to the column section. So when you put it in the column section, then it brings 2015, 16, 17 over here. So the year will be shown in the column when you bring it over here. If you do not want to use it, then uncheck this box. It will be gone. If you want it again, just put it here, right? Now let's say, what do you need over here? If you need the list of training names or you need the list of the countries, what do you want? You can put that here. Say I need the list of countries. I'll put that countries here. The countries appear in this section, right? What is the value that you would like to summarize? I want to summarize sales. So drag the sales component to the value section, and that gets added here. Now it shows you the sum of the sales for all of these countries by years in one go, right? We can format this if you would like to, apply some sort of formatting here. You can click on the sum of sales. At the bottom, you would find a value field setting option. You can click on the value field setting, and there you would find this number format cell. Click on that and click on the number. Use 1000 separator. Do you need 1 decimal, 0 decimal? I need 0. Press OK, and then OK. And now the 1000 separator has been applied, right? And the best thing is that you can, add a third parameter also over here. Like in this example, I've added the year at the column and the countries over here. I can drag the training name and put it just below the country in the row section. So what happens that now you have the data summarization by country, and within the country you have got the training names. Like in Bahrain in 2016, the total sale is 17,600, and that is split like this. You have 5,600 coming from corporate training, 6,000 coming from digital marketing, and 6,000 coming from financial modeling, right? And if just reverse this a bit, maybe let's say you do not want country and then training name, but you need training first of all and then want the summarization, then you just put the training name above and the country below that, and then it shows the data like this. So you've got the business analytics training. Below the business analytics, you have the country name. Then you have the corporate training, then you have the country name. Then you have the third training, which is digital marketing, then the country name, and so on and so forth. And the unique feature of this is there is a grouping symbol here. You can just click on this grouping. It will group it so that whatever is something you do not want to see, you can group it over here. I don't want to see this as well, you group it here. And if you want to do have a look at the detailed section of, let's say, the corporate training part, again go back and ungroup it. So what I have discussed over here is just to do a recap. Once you have inserted a pivot table, the layout is something that you can figure out. Now if I delete, let's say, the country from here, this is how the table is looking like. If I delete the sales also from here, this is how the blank table was looking like. So whatever parameter you would like to show, let me just do it from scratch. Whatever parameter you would like to show, you would need to drag it one by one. If you need year in the column, drag it over here. If you need training in the row section, drag training over here. If you need the sales value to be summarized, put the sales value over here, and it gets summarized over here, right? Now, until now, I have discussed only these three blocks, which are column, row, and values. So what is this filter? This filter is basically the report filter. So let's say I bring the country in the report filter section. So what it means is that now it shows the country all. So for all the countries, this is a summarization. If I click on this drop down and I want to look at only Kuwait, I would click on Kuwait and it automatically updates the data for Kuwait. If you want to look at it for Singapore, click on Singapore, it shows you the data for Singapore, right? Another benefit of this is that if you need to find out the backup data for a particular value, let's say you have got this table for Singapore and I want to send the backup data of the financial modeling training for last 3 years in Singapore to somebody. And what is that? 36,000, because in 2015 it was 6,000, then it was 12,000, then 18,000. The total is 36,000. I want to send the backup data of this 36,000 to somebody. I can simply do a double click on this. When you do a double click on this, it is going to insert a record or a new sheet which will contain only the records which contain the backup working of 36,000, which means 2015, 16, 17 Singapore financial modeling stuff and the total sales. So that's the backup data. So if at all you need to share this file with somebody, you don't have to go back to the source data and filter it out. You can just double click on it and that will filter out it automatically and create a separate sheet properly formatted for you. Now let's say I want to remove this filter. I want all. If I select all and I want to send the 2016 data to somebody, I would click on 5,87,000 and get it. Or let's say I want to send the financial modeling data for 2016 for all the countries taken together. I would double click on this. It includes a sheet for financial modeling for 2016 and all the countries have been shown here. So the sum is of the sale is 1,20,000 and that's exactly over here, 1,20,000. So this is one of the best features of a pivot table, that in one case it gives you flexibility to analyze the data. On the other side, it allows you to get the backup data just on a double click, right?
So at one point you changed the, you took two items in the row and you changed the order. What did you do? You just dragged it with the arrow to do it?
Yes. So
Okay, fine.
what did I do? I just, so if you have, let's say, the country over here, you can drag it below training.
No, that's
Now
fine.
below the training name.
Yeah.
So if you want to, drag it above the training name, then it is
Then do it.
grouped by country and then training name,
Okay, cool. Thanks.
right? All right. And there's one question that can pivot table data be used for further analysis? I mean, like, can we use it for VLOOKUP on a pivot table? Definitely we can do that. So if you have a summary table and now let's say I want to, do a lookup to find out the total sales for Kuwait, I can use VLOOKUP Kuwait in this table, and the total is in column number 5, 0. So that is 103,200. So which is exactly what it is. So we can definitely use it further. But the problem with this is that, sometimes the data changes. So if you change it to just include a specific training, let's say I'm only talking about corporate training. Now this might change a bit and this will be correspondingly adjusted over here as well. So you need to be aware of that whatever selection would be done in the pivot table, the result would also reflect the same set of things. Because the purpose of pivot table is to analyze this data. If you use it further for any function will allow you to do that. But then you need to be aware of that whatever changes are being done in the base table, then you have to, you will get the result corresponding to that in the function as well. Now it shows you 24,000, but that's applicable only for corporate training. So Kuwait total for last 3 years for corporate training is 24,000. That's how it means.
So you can't pull down a formula, right, in the pivot table? So suppose I add, let's say, 5,600 plus 8,000 and I pull the formula down, I can't do it.
Meaning you want to do this,
let's say
plus this.
Yeah.
You want equal to this plus this.
Plus this, and then I pull it down, I can't, right?
No, it's
It
working
doesn't
for
work.
me. So if it is not working for you, probably, when you click on this cell, then it might be giving you a big formula, which is like get pivot data or something, right? Are you getting that?
I don't know. I usually cannot. So I copy paste the data into another sheet and then I do further analysis.
No, what happens usually is right now I simply clicked on this cell. So I don't know if this is your question. You click on this cell, do a plus and this, and press enter, and then copy and paste this formula down. So
it's worked for you, yeah.
It's working for me.
It's working. Okay, cool. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions on this? Otherwise, that's it for the day. So there's a question that it doesn't work for me. So if you could just explain what is not working. I mean, which particular part are you talking about, which is not working for you?
So see, my own question is a bit different. I would, depending on the data source that you have, sometimes I would like to show, so where you have values on, say, multiple values on three different type of values on different columns, and you want to summarize and show those three values on your pivot table, it doesn't always come out very, very well. I think there's a limitation to how you can arrange, to the extent to how many values you can arrange on columns.
Okay. Now you're saying that in the base sheet, you've got multiple columns and you try to summarize that over here in the pivot table, then it kind of doesn't come out well because the nature of the data is different for all those columns. Is that right?
Yeah, so if you can go back to your base data.
All right.
Okay, so assuming we have sales value, we also have another value now.
Let's say
Say
the enrollment number.
no. Okay, let's even use enrollment number, and I
Mm-hmm.
want to show them in my summary sheet side by side.
Mm-hmm.
It
Okay,
it, we,
fair
it
enough.
always doesn't come out well.
Okay, I'll show that to you. So just to put that point again, so your point is that if I want to put multiple values over here, so right now I put only some of the sale, but if I drag enrollment also, over here, then it I can drag it over here. It shows me sum of enrollment. So what it shows is 2015 sum of sale and sum of enrollment, right?
Okay.
And then 2016 sum of sale, sum of enrollment. 2017 sum of sale, sum of enrollment.
Okay, and if I
Right?
want to show some of sales
Mm-hmm.
altogether first, and then some of enrollment altogether, is that possible?
Uh, uh, Meaning you want sum of sales
So
together. Okay.
some
So
of
what you would need
sales
to do, fair enough. So
2016,
you don't
2017,
want
20.
understood, understood. So you're saying that right now what is happening? It is showing 2015, then below that sum of sales and sum of enrollment, then
Yes.
2016, then 2017. So what you can do, this year number in the column section, you can drag down. So once you do that, it shows sum of sales 2015, 16, 17, then sum of enrollments 2015, 16, 17.
Sorry, I didn't get that. What did you do?
So what did I do? So earlier it was showing it like this. You have 2015, below that you have sale and enrollment. Then you have year number 16, then sum of sale and enrollment, and 17 and sale and enrollment. What you need to do is in the column section on the right hand side, you see first is year and then is value. So you need to just
Okay.
bring year below the value. So what will happen the moment you bring year below the value, it is going to show the sale first and then the year number, and after that enrollment and then the year number,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
Okay, and one more participant has a question, Ramiz, that when you are copying and pasting the formula, then you are getting something called as a get pivot data. So what will happen in that case when you click on this and you write a reference to a cell, it shows you D14 in my case, but you are getting get pivot. So what happens is a couple of you might be getting a get pivot data as a formula because in the functionality it is so the option has been selected. Now how do you get that? You need to go to file, go to options, and over there you would see in the formulas tab there is something called as a use get pivot data. Click on this. If I click on this, and now when I write equal to, when I click on a particular cell, it is going to show me get pivot data. So usually, when you have to write a formula in one cell and copy and paste it down or right, then you need to make sure that you go back to file, options, and in the formula, please deselect that. So we do not use the get pivot data function over there. Now, once you deselect that and then get pivot data wouldn't appear, right? So I think this answers your question, Ramesh.
Yeah. Can you just tell me again? File, options, and then
File,
file, options. How did you
options,
do that? Yeah.
file options, formulas, and then you
Formulas.
get pivot data function there.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right. Great. So I think that's it for the day. Next Saturday, once we meet, we will proceed with the financial model case study. So as I said in the beginning of this class, the financial model case study is going to be taken over 3 days. 2 days would be to work out the financial model. 1 day would be to do the valuation. So, and this is going to be in a continuation. So just a small request, if you do not attend the next class, then the class thereafter would be difficult for you to follow, because it's going to be a continuation of a case, right? So it's the same case that we will discuss in the next 3 classes. So the next 3 classes are tied up together. All right. So with that, I just conclude my session for the day. Should you have any questions, please feel free to drop us a note via email. You have the email IDs with you. And I am saving this file and I'll get it sent across to all of you. I hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you very much.